welcome back to the second game of the final match of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. Today, I will still be the commentator, and this is Alec, and I'm Qiu from China.
Hi.
Hi. The game has already started, and before the game, Alec and I were talking about the opening. Alec asked me what do I expect Lei will play on the first move, and I said, in my opinion, mostly d4, because Tan will play e5 against e4. So mainly if Lei want to have advantage on the opening, then she will probably choose d4 to avoid e4, e5 line.
Yes.
Then let's see.
Nowadays it's very difficult to get any advantage after e4, e5, I agree.
Yeah.
And as you know, or you might not know, the score is 1-0 in Tan's favor. So Lei has to use all her white colors very wisely and try to get a win in every game, obviously. Although, as we saw yesterday, even with black, she has she got a lot of chances yesterday.
Yeah,
although probably from now on, if Lei does not manage to score, Tan will play much more solidly with white and try to hold, right?
Right.
So, as we said, you were right. We had d4, move 1.
D5.
We have the Queen's Gambit accepted.
Accept.
Aha, this is very interesting. And I don't
She
think
didn't accept.
she didn't take on the first
on
move,
first
yes?
move, and she played e6. After that, after knight f3, she took the pawn. That's not really
That's
normal.
interesting. Yeah, that's interesting, but she probably has something prepared, and it avoids some lines that are. But actually, white has two ways to play here, right? One with the e3 and to play a more positional game, a4 and e3, and recapture the pawn on c4. And the other one is to play more straightforwardly and with e4 and. But of course, there is a lot of theory here, right? And but we can see that Zhongyi managed to surprise her opponent very early on. So already on move 4, Lei is thinking. Let's also take a look at the current situation in the current theory. Okay, what are you're our voice of wisdom here of the theory. What is
e4.
What are the latest moves? So we have e4 is a possibility, and black has. I'm not really familiar with current theory here.
b5.
So I think b5 should be the move, right? Is it
right.
b5 and a4, c6? I'm guessing, but I would really love to see what is the latest theory situation here.
c6.
And I think Lei would love to do that as well, because I think she's a little bit out of book. Or maybe she's remembering variations, so this is also very possible. And she's trying to understand why didn't black, if she wanted to take, why not take on the second move, right?
What is the difference between black take on first move
This
or
is very
the
interesting.
second? What's the
So
difference?
let's try to understand that. So I think for most parts it will be a transposition, but
but one variation has been avoided. For example, if you take directly here,
let's try to yes,
and then if white play e4, black has e5.
E5, right? And now black gave up, but okay, that was black's choice to avoid it. So it doesn't really, black doesn't avoid it. She could avoid it anyway by not playing it. So
what's the
what is the point? Let's try to think. Let's think what white has, what white would have in the. Maybe it is just a transposition. What does Lei normally play? Let's go the other way. Let's find Lei's games on the Queen's Gambit accepted in the normal variation.
Let me check.
How does she play it?
Games.
As we said, there are two basic possibilities for white here. One is to slowly play with trying to recapture the pawn by either playing a4 here or e3 and or knight c3 and e3 and e4, and the other one is to go e4 immediately with the drawback that black can have some counterplay against the more weakened center. And so
I'm now searching the game.
yeah, okay. And the way, okay, so we have e4, on the board. So Lei is taking this the more aggressive approach, and the idea is that if black tries to hold the pawn, what is going on here basically normally is that black is a little bit overextended here with her pawns and less developed. As we can see, none of the pieces of black pieces are still developed, and those pawns, those queen side pawns, become some targets for white attacks, right?
Right.
So
there's consequence for the former question.
Yes.
Lei used to play e4 after black accepted the pawn.
okay, and e4 and she
F3.
also played a few times knight e3, knight f3. So basically, as if here she played knight f3 and black played e6, which is not probably the main, but it was very long time ago, I guess. Yeah,
then one game in 2020.
The more recent game is. Oh, and she used to play e3 actually, yes? So let us show it. The previous games, when this happened, Lei Tingjie went for e3, right? And then it becomes the normal variation, some isolated pawn variations. It doesn't, okay, so it normally goes something like, right, knight c3, we recapture, and one way or another, white has an isolated pawn, which is a weakness if we go into some kind of an endgame, or if we exchange many pieces, it can become a weakness because no other pawn can support it, so it's called an isolated pawn, right? On the other hand, it gives white does have some grip in the center, some more space in the center, and
c5, e5 square, especially e5 square for knight.
Exactly. So it supports the knight. Normally, the knight would want to jump on e5, and white usually try to create some attacking potential on the king side, using that platform of e5 of this pawn on d4, which might be weak, but for now it gives white this advantage. So this is one of the possible continuations in the Queen's Gambit accepted. Anyway, it doesn't really. The formation they chose today is going to be a little bit different. So, what is going here is black is trying to hold on onto that pawn that she captured, right?
This line will goes to pawn exchanges on the queen side, and then remains only one pawn on a7 normally.
Yes.
Yeah, when white maybe change the b5 pawn, and then b3 take another pawn, and then
let's show a variation. We start with b3, right? Yes, and then let's say
take,
if black takes, we take, we'll capture here, or queen b3 even, doesn't really matter at
And
this
queen
point, and queen
b3.
takes b3. So we regain the pawn, and now we're claiming that as white, that we have the longer pawn chain, which is supposedly slightly better than the shorter one, with an extra pawn, which is more of a weakness than a passed pawn, right? That's what white claims.
In the middle game, it is going to be a weakness, but if she can remain this pawn to the end game, then maybe this situation will change to a passing pawn or something.
For instance, if we picture, let's use our imagination a little bit. I will try to do it. I'm not sure if I can set up a board.
Oh, I see. Tan leaves her seat, and
she's walking.
Yeah,
Okay,
she's
she looks
walking.
confident. Yes. What would you say?
This game she has well prepared with the opening, so she's waiting for the opponent's reaction.
Yeah. Okay. And what is the current theory on this position? Can you enlighten us, please? Not the one that in this position that they have in the game.
Let me see.
Let's see what are the important moves here. And for in the meanwhile, I will try to imagine you the. Let's see, if I can. I will try to set up a board.
There are many games played before.
Let's say I will try to remove. Okay, I will not do that because I simply don't know how to do that. In any case, let's imagine we exchange all the pieces here and only the kings are left on the board and the pawns. So in this situation, white would be in a lot of trouble because the king will eventually, what black will do, it will leave this pawn for the white king to take care of. And while white king takes the pawn on the a file, the black king will go and start eating all the white pawns much faster than the white king. So in a pawn endgame, black will be even winning in this position. But of course, there is a very, very long way until we get to the endgame, to the pawn endgame. And in such formations, there are sometimes even situations that white does not really recapture this extra pawn.
For example.
And it plays, and white plays, and I think this is what Lei is doing here. She played knight c3. Well, not yet giving up the opportunity to recapture the pawn, but oftentimes because black has weakened her dark squares so much, white can try to play for positional compensation.
Right, that's right. Because they don't want more exchange on the queen side. It make the game more clear for black to play. So she want to make this position more complicated.
Exactly.
And that leaves her more chance.
But it has a much more risk of losing another game.
Yeah, and just like yesterday.
And let's say it. If she loses another game, it's very, very difficult to come back from 0-2.
It's a bad situation for her.
So it will be in the back of her mind somewhere, but she goes all in basically, right? Or maybe not. We will see. She can still try and come back. First of all, let's show some variation. First of all, black has to still solve the the attack on the pawn, right? So we cannot just protect the pawn like a6 because the pawn can still be taken. Is that correct?
Yeah, because the
A takes
A8
b5.
rook has no protection.
We take the rook on a8. And but again, I think there are many theoretical lines here still. Bishop d7 or b7. I wouldn't even consider bishop b7 without knowing any theory here, which is quite extensive here, I think. My point was being basically that you could, you would like to capture on e4. Although white does win the pawn back, I think black is black okay here? White is threat, and this is a threat. Is it, or we have bishop b4 check,
yeah, check, and then knight f6.
And we can, yeah, and we exchange, and knight f6, and black
and
is
castle.
Black will be okay, right? And in the so we are basically getting this. Well, maybe not yet. Well, getting this isolated pawn, but we might be in a little bit of trouble here as black.
And there's also problem with a7 pawn.
A7 pawn is problematic, but white has problems as well because bishop f3 and d4 pawn might be hanging. But now I think after queen b4, preventing the castle, and we are threatening knight d6. So maybe if we play knight c6, for instance, check, go back. This is a very crazy variation. I don't know why we're looking at it, really.
Because it's not our game.
Not our game, not our pieces, right? Like, you know, in business there is this idea that OPM, other people's money. So when somebody manages other people's money, he is less careful with the money. And for us, it's OPP, other people's pieces. We can, yeah. Anyway, so what is the current? Can you tell us what is the current theory in this position? Because I'm quite curious, actually. I haven't looked at it in a long time. It's interesting to see. And
most lines are bishop b4.
Bishop b4. Okay, so this is a very natural way to protect the pawn. You just pin it, right? And now you have to. White has to decide. Either we play bishop d2, right, to renew this threat.
Or just ignore this pin.
Or ignore and start
bishop e2, castle.
Let's see how that goes. Knight f6, we're threatening to take on e4 now. But I think this is exactly the kind of... Okay, so we might need to play queen c2. And I want to show you, I had similar games many years ago as white from another variation. But the point here is that at some point white will play something like e5, and we are a pawn down, but these pawns are very difficult to get them, these pawns on the queen side. Exactly. They are very difficult to get in motion because they are so vulnerable and attacked on many occasions. And because black has weakened so many squares, right? So the d6 square is very weak.
Also the king side. White has many chances of attacking the king. For example, knight e4, knight g5, or bishop g5, something like this.
Exactly. So, and this gives white, for the sacrificed pawn, it gives a very long-term compensation, which might be quite difficult for black to handle. But of course, white needs to play a little bit careful, because if black does manage to break through with c5, she will just be better, right? With the pawn up, and but that goes. I think this is a very, very nice position for white if you need to win a game, because you are really, there is nothing concrete, and when as long as you don't have many concrete lines, it's more difficult to defend for the defending side, because when you defend, you really like to have those concrete lines that you can calculate, and you have some concrete decision. Okay, this is bad, this is good, this is bad, and here it's all of it is game, right? So how does it normally go? So bishop.
Both bishop d2 and bishop e2
Okay.
has many games.
And I think I've seen even Carlsen win a few games in this position, or am I wrong? Is it?
Carlsen?
Maybe I'm wrong. It will not be my first nor last time to be wrong here. So let's try to. Okay, so knight f6 would be queen c2, right? So this is the main line, and then black, does black castle or bishop b7? What do we do? Knight d7?
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7. Okay, this is a normal line. And
Ironian has played with Duda in year of 2017.
okay, this is. And how did the game go? Let's see a few games.
The white win.
Let's see how they go, how they went. So he played bishop b7, bishop g5. This is, we're trying to, by making the threat of e5, we're trying to provoke even more weaknesses on the black side, right?
And black plays c5.
Okay, that's what we said. That's what black wants to do, is to open his pieces. But here, what happens? There is a lot of tactical possibilities. So black wants to capture d4. The white has many options, actually. So one of the, if we take d takes c5, then bishop's e4, I suppose, with some crazy tactics.
Again, not your game.
Not my game. No, but okay, let's try not to blunder too much. So here, I think we have both queen takes f6 or bishop takes c2 even. Let's take a look at this. King f1, right? And we so many hanging pieces. This is so beautiful. And I suspect this is not even the end of the variation, you know, because you will win.
If I just take your...
You want to take my rook?
Rook, yeah.
Well, enjoy.
Uh-huh.
And now you run back, yeah?
d1, yeah. And then I'll play queen e4 to...
Okay, let's see.
Retreat.
Yes, you retreat, and I push.
Oh, again, just like yesterday, the two...
Like I don't care, yes. No, but I think this is too much, because you threaten. I need to learn how to use the those arrows, and this is just a rook down. So this is game over. Anyway, okay. So, but late in G, she played
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2. This is also a line, right?
Yeah.
And now the idea of this line is that we renew the threat of immediately the threat of taking on b5.
Should be 4, should d2.
And black will, I guess, have...
The main line will be a5.
a5. And the point is that if I take on b5, you take on c3, right? And now if bishop takes, c takes, and if we push b3, then there is no b4. Right, there is no b4, but...
b3. No b4. Bishop would take the pawn. with the
Yes,
rook
exactly.
and-
That's what I wanted to show. On b4, bishop takes b4. And if not before, then what does black do here?
Bishop b7.
b7. This is a logical move. Now we renew the threat of b4
Yeah.
because the rook is not hanging anymore, and we also attack on e4, right?
Yeah, right. And
Is
white will
d5 a
play
move here?
d5.
d5 is a move, yes. Okay. Oh, this is fun. This is a lot of fun.
But I don't think Tan was expecting Lei to play this line because she also spent some time on the last move.
Yes, I agree. I agree, yes. So maybe she was expecting this b3 with exchanges, yes?
Yeah.
Although it's a bit weird because when you prepare this variation and you know your opponent plays e4 most likely, and these are the two main lines, you should normally look at both of them for a match.
Or maybe she didn't
Because-
expect d4?
Well, maybe, but she has to expect both, I think. Before the match, she has to prepare both. Anyway, we might ask them later. Anyway, maybe it was just she was just remembering lines because she only spent so far. She only spent 10 minutes. Yeah, maybe a bit more. Yeah. Okay, but d5 is very interesting. What is going on there?
Knight
f6. We're brushing ourselves and you and the viewers through some theory, right?
Yeah.
b takes c4,
Or, yeah.
and b4 is this a move, or how does black play b4 or not, or take in on c4?
What happened? b4.
b4, yeah, okay, fire on board.
Bishop take f6.
This is a very, very old line, I think. And
Queen a4.
And basically, black is putting her hopes here on those two passers, and white says, okay, they are blocked for now. We can keep them blocked from moving, and the pawns in the center are normally more dangerous than those on the sides.
And now it's a check.
And yes, and then for concrete play, we say, okay, so first you need to do something, but after you play, for instance, knight d7, you will have some trouble castling, right?
Right, you can castle because the knight is hanging. For example, white play e5 here sometimes.
E5 is interesting. Actually, I think we do want to castle here with black, because the rook on e1 on a1 is hanging.
So e5 make our rook not hanging.
e5 is a very, very appealing move here. But black has something of her own here, because when we move to g6, the bishop is not really getting out, is it? Wow, there are many interesting lines here. So white can play rook d1, for instance.
Or it's still possible to play bishop e2. If you take my pawn, then I have rook g1.
Yes.
To get the pawn back.
With the vengeance, yes. And you start jumping all over me.
It seems white has a better chance on this line.
Yeah, I like white a lot. But we're still here. I think there were quite many games here still, yes?
Not much.
Only two? Only two, and not elite
top
players, not top players. And so this is, and Zhongyi still thinking, yeah, after bishop d2. And what are her options here to choose from?
Wait a minute.
So we are all learning some new openings here, which is
Except-
good.
Yeah, we are learning a new opening. Except a5, there's knight f6 line.
Knight f6 line. And the point I'm guessing is that on 8 takes b5, we want to take on c3 and take on e4.
Mm-hmm.
And we claim that, what are we claiming here?
Actually, I didn't find game with knight e4.
Really?
It's normally
They just take on
take
b5?
the-
Really?
Yeah, b5 pawn.
Interesting.
Why is that?
Probably because I'm blundering something, but what?
If you take
Ah,
knight
bishop
pawn-
a5 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Not to allow you to take on c3 and then try to recapture.
Mm-hmm. This
This
is
might be.
a nice move. And then I would take the c4 and protect b5 and you don't
I'm
want
not
me
sure.
to
No, I'm not sure. I'm letting you do all that.
or just take c4 before bishop
Take on
a5.
c4. You
Mhm.
think it's so? It's so clear?
Because white pieces is much faster than the black pieces.
You think?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're right.
Queen e2.
For instance, we castle.
Is there queen e4?
Just blunder.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pretend I sacrificed. I will pretend, and I will stand on it that I sacrificed it. I actually be right here because
my queen's captured there.
it will be if you're not careful, and I'm not sure you can be careful enough here because queen c3 is a very deadly
Mm-hmm.
threat. So
I think so. This is
Uh-huh.
a peeling line for white, but I think the
but
The
the result
rook
is
has-
appealing for black. Yeah.
yeah, the rook is poisoned.
Okay, but so this is interesting. So okay, so knight f6, and what do they play? So they take back on b5, yes, normally in this after f6. ab5 is the move, right? After knight f6, ab5 is the move.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
and cb5 take, and c takes b5.
C takes
Yes.
B5.
Uh-huh. Well, this is also understandable.
And there are
But there's
bishop
also, I
a5
think-
line, just like you said, to capture the queen, or queen c2 to protect e4 pawn.
But again, there are no top players here, right? So it's really.
Oh,
Oh, there
Polgar.
was. Oh, Judith Polgar.
mhm.
Judith Polgar. She played. Aha, interesting. She played
e5.
e5 here. It was 18 years ago, but doesn't matter. It was a simultaneous game. I would not put too much
Oh, this is
weight on it.
simultaneous.
Yeah, but anyway, we can go through the motions. And she played this knight c6. I think she was taken by surprise here because she eventually the game ended in a quick draw, right? Queen d7 took here. Queen took. And she said, okay, I'm a pawn down, but it's a
Bishop with different color.
wow. It's a bishops of different colors. I think she just offered a draw, and because it was a Judith Polgar in the simultaneous exhibition, Black just agreed because I don't think a serious player would. Yeah. Anyway, Zhongyi played Queen
Queen
b6, which is also a move, I think. Well, it's obviously a move.
Let's see.
So I think most of the top players go for bishop e2 here after all, right? I mean, instead of bishop d2, so the main continuation here is bishop e2. Okay. Now we have this position, and the point is that queen b6 is obviously just protecting the pawn on b5, which is very normal. And the idea, if white tries to recapture the pawn by force, now it's a bit problematic because black has this b4 and c3, and this is not a position we want to play with white, right? Finally, we agree on something. Okay. So, and if we do not win back the pawn immediately, then we will want to hold this recapture as long as possible, because we don't want to open, for instance, because after a takes b5, c takes b5, we open the diagonal for black pieces. We free some squares, and the main problem for black in this position is that it's really tight on space here. Right? So there are no. This bishop really looks stupid with the pawn on c6 and then the pawn on e6. Knight really doesn't have much, so it can go to d7 and then what, right? And after this, we suddenly release all those prisoners from their prison, right?
Right. So better for white not to take this pawn.
Exactly. So we wait for as long as we can with this recapture. And now I think we could argue again that we can maybe just continue to develop our pieces. Or what is our other options here? Is B3 again is not possible for the same idea, right?
And
take
before C3.
Before, and we just run past all those thingies, unless. Oh, and A5, we have this square on B7, very important, because queen B5 is not good.
Yeah,
We have the time to take, or with the bishop or with the pawn. But after queen B7, we are...
These two pawns are too pleasant for white.
Yes, they're like...
The C3 pawn, this passing pawn has protection on B4. That's so strong.
Like a bone in our neck, right? So it's like very is in our throat. So okay, so we do not play B3, and unless we play B3, this is not a threat. So if we just make bishop E2, black cannot do the same, because before there is no more. She cannot continue running with C4, and then C4 is just very weak and will be captured in a few moves. Okay. So, and she did play bishop E2. This is the normal move, yes. And now I think black will also continue developing, like knight f6. But knight f6, you know what I'm thinking? What goes on e5? Now black has to choose to either place the knight on d5 or d7. Both have their merits. Let's take a look at some variations. So, for instance, if we go to d5, knight e4. Right, as we said, we want to control those squares, especially what white always wants to do here is to trade those bishops, dark squared bishops, because once they're gone, and I don't think black can...
has some problem.
This can never be... Black can do nothing about this knight on d6 or on c5. For instance, well, c5 maybe is premature because it can be kicked out by knight d7. But let's say after knight d6 is a threat here, so black will have to castle. And Another problem that c5 is much more difficult now to play because white controls this square so strongly. And I would now here there are a few tempting possibilities for white, I think. One of them is to maybe even play h4 here at some point.
Leave the king
Yeah,
in the
but
center and then
I would
start
feel
attacking.
well with the king on e1 or even on f1 if needed to move it at some point, and to bring the rook from h3 to g3 and start building up some attack here, because all black pieces are so passive, and on the other flank I can do a lot of damage perhaps.
Right, there's no other pieces except 3 pawns before the king side.
Yes, yes. So locally, white has a tremendous advantage here on the king side, right? With with those both knights and the queen looking. Black on the other side really has trouble to develop some counterplay because she
Maybe
will
knight
need
b7.
to go knight d7 and bishop b7 and try to go c5. But for instance, let's think about it. It's white to play here. Yeah, let's say we play like that, knight d7, and we play h5. You probably have to play h6, and we go rook h3. And even if you play, for instance, c5 immediately, then after this recapture, those pawns are really not the pride of your position anymore, right? So
Right. Or I just ignore your counterplay and I will play rook g3.
or we
That's
continue,
a-
we just ignore.
Yeah,
It's,
just ignore you.
it's also
and
very.
there's really problem on the king side.
So king will need to go, and then we can even march. Again, we can show a few variations, but basically we are attacking with all our pieces against a lone king, and it can become very, very dangerous for black.
Exactly.
Sure, of course, white also needs to take care and not to blunder stuff in the center, because if the center collapses, and one of the rules in chess says that on every attack on the flank, you have to counter attack in the center, right? Because when your opponent goes through the flank, she has less resources in the center, so we attack the center. Anyway, we have some development in the game.
Tan didn't play knight f6. Just
Understandably,
as you said,
right?
Yeah, she don't want e5 to be a possibility for white attacking.
Exactly. At least it will not be with the tempo. And I think another idea here is that with the knight on f6, if we play, those both knights are looking at the same squares. They're interfering with each other. Whereas on e7, they do more of a complementary job, jumping on different squares, which is important, especially when you have so little space. So, and so knight e7 is the more common move in general here, I think. And Lei played queen c2, and now Tan develops the bishop to b7, which is a natural move. Also, in some variations, important to protect the rook on a8. If we want to, for instance, play a6 and then c5, right? The rook has to be protected. For example, if we played a6 and let's say castle c5 immediately is impossible because the rook is hanging, as we already said before. Okay, so bishop b7. Are we expecting castle, right?
Castle probably.
And I think we are out of theory already, or are we
Yeah,
still
I can search any of the game.
Okay,
before.
so the ideas are not new here, but the exact situation is we cannot find it in the database anymore. So,
but there are many similar positions in the d4 lines.
yes, agreed, absolutely. As we said, so black has the extra pawn, but white has the center, white has the spatial advantage and some weaknesses to play against, right? So, okay, we can stop here and think, what do you think in the opening stage who should be more happy with those first 9 moves?
I think white should be more happy. One pawn's sacrifice though, but the line is more active for white. Yeah, and I don't think black has really expecting this line because let's see the time control. Took more time during the.
Yeah, although she was the one to surprise, the first one to surprise, right?
Right, yeah.
So the clock situation is 1 hour and 8 minutes left for Zhongyi and 1:15 minutes for Lei Tingjie. Yeah, I think I agree. I would be quite happy with white here because, well, first of all, so far in the match, the one who has an extra pawn loses. So if black has an extra pawn, she loses so far. So if this trend continues in this game, it will be, I think she will be happy.
Then history will happen again.
Yes, and then tomorrow, I don't know what we'll do.
Tomorrow
I think move 1 will just sacrifice a pawn.
Yeah, black will not be able to take the pawn, even it's free.
Yes, it's very dangerous here. Okay, on a more serious note, of course, what do we do here with white? So it's time to make our plans. Do we want to castle immediately? It looks like we want to castle. Actually, sometimes, but not so much in this position. If black is not careful, sometimes d5, not here. Okay, so I will not show it here, but sometimes the ideas of d5 breaking through, it's very counterintuitive, but they suddenly can ruin the whole formation for black. So
exactly. And if castle's down, then d5 may be possible.
yeah. So we go castle, right? We go castle, and now we think we always have to be careful not allowing black to break through with d5, with c5, sorry, yes. Now it's not an option, and if black takes, I also don't think it's an option because we take again, c5 is not a possibility and b4 is premature, so taken on c3 is also not such a good idea. Actually, you know what the problem with the knight on e7 that I think she wants to meet e5. She wants to take on c3. I think immediately. Yes.
Black is waiting for white to play e5. I mean the e7 knight is now useless, but after e5 she will have f5 and d5 both two squares to let the knight to be developed.
And without e5, it must be said that white doesn't have also so many plans because she will need to probably at some point play e5, right?
Yeah, so black is waiting for this move.
Okay, but since we're waiting, why not? But look what she did. She did b3.
b3. Why is that?
I think the idea is that now maybe she can take with the queen. And another idea, you remember we said that now
a5
she doesn't have the square after bishop b7. Black doesn't have the square. But she does have this intermediate recapture, but this I really don't like for black because the dark squares are horrible here. And it's for free.
Yeah, and if you can't move your pawn to c5, then your white bishop would be also blocked inside.
Yes, just to illustrate, let's illustrate a little bit. So if you, for instance, if you play knight d7, then
A6.
you run into a6, you have to go all the way back, and now white has the pleasant choice of, I think, trying to, or we can maybe even just simply play maybe even castle and meet c5 with the rook c1.
It's also a choice. Or
Or even take.
Queen a3
Yes.
possible?
Queen a3. Oh, Queen
Oh,
a3. I
wanna
love this move.
prevent
Yes.
From
Yes.
c5
Yes.
and
Yes.
attack
Beautiful.
your e7 knight.
Beautiful. And this is coming, and this is just game over basically. Black probably has to sacrifice this pawn and continue suffering just a pawn down. Okay, so obviously black is not going to go here. But if not, then white really wants to recapture back the pawn. So what black could do is to take on b3. But again, now b5 is hanging and b4 is hanging, right?
Yeah, maybe a5 to protect.
If a5 I take,
Take.
and then we
Castle.
get that position that you wanted, that we said in the very beginning, right? So we exchange those pieces, those pawns.
If this happened, I think Tan prefer this situation.
She likes it more, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe b3, I don't know. It's a normal move to make, but maybe takes this thing a little bit out of this position. So how did we get here? We played. Did we play? We played c takes b3, right? Oh, and that's the position on the board. So we took on b3, queen takes b3, and we are expecting a5, are we?
a5.
There is no other sensible move, right? We certainly don't want to give up this bishop,
Yeah.
right?
If
So again,
black bishop is gone, then
it's the key to our position,
yeah,
right?
the
Yeah.
dark square is just a disaster.
So we will need to play a5. What is our other choice? We don't want to take because we
Knight
probably...
A4. Oh no, knight a4 has...
Knight a4 is maybe not
knight-
that bad for us,
knight
especially given that
d2.
we cannot probably take with the knight because of queen takes d4. Or can we?
Queen
So
b7.
again, very nice
Yeah, and
ideas. Yes, and
bishop
bishop
d1.
d1 protecting everything. But I suspect it's not yet over because,
But I
or
have
it is.
one
It
piece
is.
up.
You are a piece up, and I'm not threatening anything. Yeah, so this is over really. Nice. Okay, so, but still, is it so? This actually might be quite unpleasant for black, right? Because you're pretty much forced to take, because if you go away, then knight c5 jumping right in, and if we take, then those knights are heading really into your...
This will be a difficult endgame for black.
Yeah. Although she's, we must say, she's still a pawn up. So maybe the correct way is just to give up this pawn.
But still, your pieces.
The pieces are worse, much worse. Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, so I need one or two moves to really get all my stuff together. And if I'm able to do that, then I'll be fine. Maybe I'm not able to do that. Okay, but how did we get here? We took on a4. Taking on a4 is not very intuitive, right? So we really prefer to play a5. But you know what I'm thinking?
What is that?
Maybe d5 here is the move.
d5?
It's a very strange move to make.
Without castle,
Yeah, it's a very
it's
strange
risky
move to
if you
make.
directly did d5.
Yeah, okay. A5 and
Ah, a5. Oh, not yet played.
what is... And if we just castle, not doing anything yet. How does black play this?
Castle also. Castle.
Also castle. And just keep pressing. Let's say, how can we keep pressing? So we can win back the pawn, right?
Yeah.
Or not really? Not really anymore, because e4 will be hanging, right? So if we take, for instance, then let's just get take back. And here we can take on e4 even, right? So we have committed to playing with the pawn down, but maybe we don't mind doing that.
What if white take b5 pawn before castle?
Yeah, well, that's what I think this is the line that we were looking at originally.
And Tan has already played
She
a5.
played a5, yes, and Lei's thinking. So this is just this is the current position.
You know, Lei and Tan are not from not only from the same city, and they are from the same university.
Oh, really? Aha.
That's another story. And also Wenjun, and also I'm from that university.
Really?
Yeah. So just after pool A and pool B, and when Tan and Lei win that 2 games, then our university also already have the news that the next chess world champion will be in our school. Oh, that makes sense.
Good.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Any 3 of them.
I don't think any university can say that in the world, right?
Yeah, yeah. Just before two tournaments before, our school just announced that the next women world champion will be in our school.
Wow. Well.
So they're really familiar
everybody,
with each
if you
other.
want to be world champion, go to that university,
Come to
right?
our university.
And which university? Let's say the name. Which university is it?
I'm from Shanghai University of Economics and Shanghai University of Finance and Economics.
Okay, so you know what to do.
This is
Stop learning theory, stop learning tactics. Just go to that university and you'll be fine.
If you want to be the world champion. That's not advertisement.
That's just common sense. That's not.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so she took on
She
b5,
took.
and now we're expecting cb5 probably. We do not want to give back the take on. Oh no, we are expecting probably a castle, right? Is this a move? Castle, or even you know what I was thinking?
There's a little problem with castle because knight have a move of knight a4.
Ah, let's see and show. Take. You take with the king. You have to, right? Because knight takes d2, drops the pawn. So we take with the king. Now we go somewhere. We probably have to go to d8. And you want
B6.
probably to play b6, right? Or maybe this first. What do you want to do?
Knight c5 seems more stronger.
I also like it, yes. Forcing black to make some decisions. But, okay, your king is a little bit vulnerable, so maybe I have to...
I would just take with my rook.
You will take with your rook.
And
I will take.
Take with queen.
I will take. That was my whole idea. You take on b5 or on b6. You can also take here, actually. But then I take and I take on d8. Maybe it's not. Or maybe it's bad. Yeah, you can even take there. Take. And just say hello.
And I'm one pawn up.
Which means you're in trouble. Right?
Right.
Yeah, this is not good. And this is also not forced at all. But if we are forced to go back somehow because rook a7 is met with b6, we lose a piece. And if we are...
And also b6.
You know, my ex-coach used to say, okay, you're setting the pieces for the next game already. You know, so and yeah, so this is very strong. Okay, so knight a4 is very strong.
Yeah, and there's not much problem with the king because after rook d1 or something, you will move the king right back to the king side.
Yeah, and because all black pieces are over on the last rank, not there's no piece to attack it. Yeah.
There's no threat.
Yeah. Okay, so this is very strong.
So castle is probably not possible.
It's also almost forced. Yeah, it's quite. Oh, you know, but you know what? Wait, we have king takes d2. We have queen c7 maybe.
What if b6?
The idea here is that I have this check. Maybe it's nothing you're happy to exchange. I missed this queen e3, to be honest.
But even if you exchange the queen, the position is still
it's horrible. And the king is fantastically placed here. Many times white voluntarily moves the king to e3 because it supports those pawns very nicely. And obviously this is cementing the position. So yeah, it's horrible for black. Although it's not even a pawn up, so it's just pure suffer for nothing. Okay, and so knight a4 is a threat. Let's think a bit. So black can either take on b5 or is c5 a move?
c5 goes also with
knight a4 again, right?
Again,
it's even stronger this time maybe because first of all we can recapture with the knight. And then okay, so c5 is not a move. Don't do it, ever. So we have to take, right? But
I think so. It
is
seems that there's no better choice because there's always knight a4.
But Tan is thinking for a long time now.
What is...
Maybe she's calculating those lines with knight a4, although it really becomes apparent quite quickly that knight a4 is a really strong threat. So we will have to, but if we capture here,
bishop b5.
Bishop b5 check, and we might still get, although it's much different, yeah. Is bishop b5 the only move? We might even try this maybe, no?
Not b5.
Because we are threatening to win the pawn. For instance, if just castle, then we will take on b4. And if something like knight b6, I had to show it. We have this nice move.
Strong move.
You cannot take because of queen takes b6. And this is obviously not something you want to play. And
But e4 pawn is still hanging.
yeah, but how do you take it? Just like that? I'm not sure. Maybe you can. But okay, I take, you take, I take, you take. Take on b4. You cannot castle because the knight is hanging. I'm threatening to win a queen. What do you do?
Knight.
Hmm?
Knight d5? Is that possible?
Down took on b5. 95 is possible, I think. Interesting. And suddenly it can become just a, oh, but okay, maybe we have this clever move. Attacking the bishop, moving the queen from the attack. Queen a6 is impossible because we have this check and recapture. And we are threatening knight d6, which is very annoying, I think. I would say black is in trouble. Ah, but she didn't take with the knight on b5. She took on with the bishop. I'm not sure. I actually like knight takes b5 here, really. Maybe maybe I'm missing something. But the point is that if you take here, the knight goes really fast to a very good position. Right?
Castle?
You castle, and okay, I can go.
Knight c4.
Knight c4. Let's try it. Straightforward. Again, I would love to have my castle on already, but you didn't train me properly.
I face a problem.
Where to go? Yeah.
Back to d8.
Because if you go here, then maybe just knight a5 is good enough, right? Or maybe so then you can take on e4. How do we get to all those crazy lines all the time? Like this.
That's a good question.
Like that. And look at that. We protect the rook. Fantastic. Okay, so this wins. And if you take, we take with this knight, so the rook is not hanging, and we are just a piece up. Of course, none of this was.
You know,
but yeah.
After our lines end, I always can't remember where do we get here.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just nice lines, and we. No, but seriously, I think this would pose a lot of problems to black, because look at those knights. I mean, I really like those knights, although black can exchange them maybe. Anyway.
You know, actually, bishop b5 is also my first side move, but maybe knight b5 achieves more.
Okay, okay.
You know, for the first side, I think bishop take it and give black a check. That's the
most natural move.
Yeah,
that's
the
first move you look at.
But if you calculate more, maybe knight b5 also has many things to aware for black.
But what does black? Maybe we can just castle.
Castle.
And now if take, and now if we take, there is a pawn hanging.
What if?
No, you just take. Yeah, you just take. Huh.
Wow.
What is this?
Knight d2 and bishop d1.
Oh my God.
And king e2 if you play bishop.
But wait.
Oh. You wanna
No, this is
control.
stupid, right? This is just stupid. You just go here.
Oh, good move. And your queen has to be exchanged.
It was so nice. Until you ruined it, everything. Yeah. Wait, but white cannot castle, so maybe we have time. No, this is too good. Okay. So okay, knight b5 was an idea, but she chose to take on b5 with the bishop. Bishop c6 is the most natural move, and now this is what we were talking about in the very beginning. Yeah, so black wants to trade many pieces now, right? As many as she can. And she says, okay, so we have equal pawns, this against this. I can put some pressure on d4. You will try to put some pressure on a5. If you win the pawn on a5, you will have good winning chances. Still not automatically winning, but you will have good winning chances. But you first have to somehow win it, and it's not going to be really easy at all. What do we do with white here? Do we exchange, or do we keep as many pieces as we can on the board, like try to keep the bishop and maybe forget about the queen side and try to create still some attack on the king side?
But if you retreat your bishop back, then maybe there will be some attack like a4.
A4 is a very tricky move. And let's show it. I cannot take on a4 because you will take here,
and
take
you will
here,
lose your,
and we all go home,
lose your knight.
right?
This is not an ideal position for white.
Yeah, hardly so. Okay, so bishop d3 is not a possible move for now, which is a shame. Queen b4 is a move, but it's just no, it does nothing. Interesting. I really don't want to capture because it gives you all your pieces so nice squares, and you start attacking me. But I might not have.
She really played bishop d3.
Aha! She has to stop listening to us. To me, to you, yes, but to me, she really has to stop doing that.
But wait, a4 may not be a really good line because white has more choice. For example, if you play queen c4, not to take
queen
it.
c4. Okay, queen c4 is a good move.
This might be her calculation.
And now let's say if you keep running, I will just force the exchange of this bishop, and this pawn can be in danger. Is that?
I will castle first, and then move my move another rook out of the board.
So you say we castle. Let's say castle, and
or maybe rook b1.
Oh, and then this guy is in problem, right? Is in big trouble now. So we just probably lost a piece. Aha, very nice. Okay, so a4 is a double-edged move because it releases the support of the bishop on b4. Yeah. So it might be tempting, but not very good.
A4 is on my first side, but if white don't take this pawn, then the situation may be.
You mean if white doesn't blunder like I did? Yes. Then, okay.
But it's not actually a big blunder, you know, it's also a natural move for your first calculation.
Yes, yes. I would hope so, that I wouldn't blunder another way, if the pieces were mine. So, so black should probably then castle, right?
Castle.
What else can we do? And white will finally castle again also, I think. And, you know, actually, I think there is still a lot of life in this position. And here d5 might be really an idea at some point, because we want to open those, for instance, let's just be careless for a second for black, okay? Let's make some move like that. I just want to illustrate something. Let's say, okay, so that's just an idea. It doesn't mean that we really need to do that. But for instance, if we get something like that, so there are ideas like bishop takes h7 here, I think.
And knight g5 and
knight g5 check is a very thematic idea. Maybe it doesn't even work here because we are giving up too many pieces. Or maybe it does. For instance, first of all, it doesn't work because we have this queen h6. It's very nasty. But it could be very, very interesting. Like, white sacrifices everything just for the sake of this one mate that it goes, but there are some really big problems with this approach in this game. So.
And also bishop e6, after I take the rook.
Yeah, there is more than one problem with this approach, but I just wanted to illustrate those hidden options that this position, all of a sudden we managed to create some threats, albeit not very.
Oh, white castle.
That was what we expect. Oh, she played knight d7 first, yeah. So Tan played knight d7, castle and castle. Okay, so this is a position. But actually, after with knight on d7, I would really consider d5 now.
d5.
So we have to calculate bishop takes c3.
After bishop take knight, you just lose the pawn.
You're just trying to frighten me, I know. I'm not scared so easily, not with other people's pieces. First of all, I can maybe look. I can maybe even take like that, and now if
that will be a draw.
I wanted to take here, but this doesn't work so well for me. Okay, so wait, I didn't say I resign yet. I wanted to take anyway. You take, yes? Yeah. Okay. Now I need a strong move. Because in the open position, if I manage to get those bishops to work, it can be very unpleasant for you. How can we do that though? So, if I don't want to let you take here.
But if you play e5 and you give black time to protect her king.
Yeah, but how do you do that? So after e5, now this is a legit, really legit threat.
Knight g6.
You have to play. Let's show for real what the real threat of this line is. So this is a very thematical.
Not really. Knight f8.
You still have knight f8. You're so tricky. Yeah. So when black has this option to protect the h7 pawn, the h7 square, then it's still not enough. Okay. But you still don't go there because there are other problems. You want to play here, right?
Not really. There will be h4 or something.
No, it might be very problematic. Because I'm putting a lot of pressure here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just one pawn which you don't really feel here. I mean, this pawn is really negligible here. And so, for instance, if you play like that, let's try to do some illustration. I would even, you know what? I would even consider this move. What do you play here?
Is there any discovered attack? Like d4 and...
d4 I have, I will go like that, and I think I'm happy here.
It's still not a winning game, I would say. Oh, king...
King f8, yes. Well, I think... So you want to take on e5, do you?
Mm-hmm.
So all I have to do is not let you. Easy. Chess is an easy game. You see what your opponent wants to do and you don't let her. That's it.
And then you leave the problem back to me.
And now I want to play e6. I want to maybe even take on f7.
Mm-hmm.
And then queen g6 check and e6 and a lot of checks.
That's not what we want for black.
That's what we want for white.
Can we do one or two moves back?
Yes, I think you should. So knight g5, knight f8 is probably the move, but I wanted to actually skip sacrificing material somehow. Or you know what, here I might have ideas like bishop e3 and c5.
Queen b4.
Ah, you want queen b4, okay. Now I know what you want.
You know, they already chose her move.
Ah, she played rook b1.
Ah, I don't really understand why this rook to b1.
Interesting.
Why she's...
And why not d5? We had so much fun there.
we have fun because it's not our
not our game.
game.
Yeah, but I think it was promising. I'm not sure. What does do you have an engine? What does the engine say on d5? Is it really bad?
d5, engine doesn't support it a lot with knight c5.
Ah, knight c5, there is
We
knight
missed this
c5. Knight c5 is strong. Okay, so
But
just to
if
show you, okay,
if you
so
want to put...
knight c5 is a very strong move, and the main idea is that eliminates one of our most important pieces here, and okay, so I give up.
I don't understand is if you want to take one rook to b1, then I would choose f1 rook, right? Because it's still home, and there might be the a1 rook might be used for in this.
Yes, that would be my choice as well. But maybe she wants the other rook to support maybe something like the d5 break in the future. That's the eternal question: which rook to move? You never know. But yeah, it looks more natural to put the rook on b1. And you know what I'm thinking now? So Tan played very fast rook b8. It feels that
it's a natural move, but
black is much easier to play here.
But it made the problem just as yesterday. Do you remember when Tan played e4, then she meet bishop f4?
Yes,
The capture of the...
And again, and again she allows bishop f4.
She allowed this again.
Oh boy.
This is a natural move, but she has probably missed this.
Oh yeah, this is And she will have to, okay, maybe, but
She have to move the rook.
maybe she wants the bishop
C3.
out of the way. Ah, but then there is this problem of knight a2, is there? Aha, so she cannot move to c8, and what happens if she moves to b7? Let's see. Oh, there is, on rook c8, there is even bishop d6. Is there? Aha, wow. Well, at least now she knows on which area she has to work in her game. She needs to pay attention to
On
bishop
the-
f4 or bishop f5, yes?
Yesterday it's also bishop
Unbelievable,
f4.
yeah.
It's also bishop f4.
No,
When
bishop
she
f5. She played
F5?
rook b1, bishop
Oh,
f5,
yeah,
yes?
yeah, bishop f4 and bishop f5. She has to pay more attention on the diagonal.
I wish I had such problems in my game. That
Lay plays this move
she played bishop f4, okay. And
again.
can you judge by Tan's body language if she's happy or not?
It's hard to see from Tan's language. But,
She's
you know, she's more,
poker face,
confidence. Yeah, poker face, just like nothing happened. But for Lei, I can see more on on her body language. For example, shaking and like this, or this. You know, she looks not so nervous, but maybe inside.
Maybe inside there's drama
there's,
going on,
yeah.
yeah. Okay, and Lei played, she really blitzed this bishop f4 immediately. Now, by the way, now we are, the players are managing their times much better than yesterday. Both we both have around 50 minutes or 1 hour for 23 moves, which is more than enough. Unless, of course, at any given moment, one can go into a tank for 30 minutes and then we'll have problems.
But that is what Tan always made in the middle game. She sometimes miss a small part and make small mistakes. It's not really big problem, but there is small mistakes, and then her opponent's position will be slightly better, but then she will start to
wakes up,
mix up the situation and to make the position more complicated and more likely to her best choices.
Yeah, yeah.
This
Okay,
is
what
really
does she do? I think does rook b7 look?
And then you have to face d5, the move you said before.
But wait, what happens if same? There is this attack. So we have no time to capture on d3 probably, right? Because here there is an attack on the rook, and so this is just an exchange up. Okay, so and how does this work out? Isn't there a sacrifice? There is not, or maybe there. So I will explain why I blunder pieces. I wanted to recapture, but now this will finally work. And it's not even sacrificing a piece.
Not g5.
So it's just
With equal piece, and I'm
equal piece.
attacking.
I'm attacking. It's maybe not such a deadly attack, but still it's very convenient for white, and probably could be better. It could be played much better than I did. Let's see. Well, it doesn't matter. It's enough because this is good enough for white anyway. Okay, so what does black do here? Wow, what a annoying, and she blitzed this rook b8. Did you see? She played it almost immediately.
Yeah. She won't earn some time on this natural move, but actually it's not really a natural move.
But you know, once I saw an interview by Levon Aronian, and he made, I think it was him or his opponent, I will not say who, he made a mistake. He played a fast move, and he made a mistake, and he was asked, why did you play it so fast? I mean, you would, why didn't you think here? And he answered correctly. I mean, if I would think on every move, then I would not have so much time here now. So sometimes when you make fast moves, then sometimes you make mistakes. You don't, that's the problem. You don't always know, okay, here you have to think extra carefully. Now, obviously, Tan knows, okay, I should have thought extra 2 minutes before rook b8, but nobody tells you during the game that, okay, you should concentrate here.
That's right.
So it's, when you know the result, it's easy to say, that's what I was trying to say. We know the result, we know that she missed bishop f4, so it's easy to come to her and say, why did you think? But during the game, you don't really know what to think, so where to think, and these things can happen. So is rook b7 a must-make move, or do we have another option, maybe?
Rook c8.
We cannot take on c3, right?
I will take your.
Take care.
Yeah, rook.
Take my rook, and then
you
take the bishop back, and we're just an exchange down. Okay. And if we move, so we are sure that either bishop d6 or knight a2 should be good, right? One of them. Personally, I prefer bishop d6 because it's attacking immediately the knight as well.
What if I just took with bishop?
Ah, right. Your queen. Okay, this is stupid. Of course, your queen is protected, so you can. This is not good. So okay, so bishop d6 is not really a move. Knight a2 is a move, right? And we are claiming still that we just won a pawn. Is this a valid thing to say? Yeah, looks like, yeah. Even if the queen was not pinned, the bishop has nowhere to go.
Exactly.
So you can maybe try to make some move, but it doesn't really matter as long as we stay with the bishop on the diagonal, preventing the rook from going to b8. We are just winning a pawn, sorry. Okay. So this is, so rook b7 and then d5, and now. So all of a sudden, from a very calm, well, not very calm, but a manageable calm position, she finds herself in trouble. One more question I have for you. What happens if I play this?
a4. What if just queen c4?
You go queen c4, and now. Is there any difference? For instance, if I go now, still d5.
d5, yeah.
And it's even maybe worse because
you have no knight c5.
I have no knight c5, and the bishop is not protected. Yeah, a4 is nothing. And I think what we're doing here is pretty much what goes in Tan's head now, because she goes through all those motions as well, and then trying to understand. That's what we can call damage control, like trying to understand how bad things have gone for her. And how bad have they gone for her? Okay, so let's say we play like that. We probably don't want to capture, right? To open this bishop even more. So we might want to keep those. You know what? maybe this is an idea to sacrifice the exchange like that and try to hold it.
Is that enough for black to hold?
There are too many pieces. I don't think it will be enough because we can even maybe immediately take back this, win this pawn on a5, and with 2 rooks we'll eventually land on the 7th rank. No, I don't think it can be saved. If black, for instance, if black managed to exchange everything and be left with the knight against the rook, then there would be some, although also not so easy. With 4 pawns, it's not so easy to hold. Okay, so this is probably not the best of an idea, but okay, and if we retreat, then
Nine, not knight.
So what do we do here?
Knight e5? No, definitely not.
We can try. There is a move bishop e3 trying to to pin the knight. Well, pinning the knight, not well, and we are threatening to win the piece. But you will play rook c8, and maybe now what you wanted, knight e5, or what I really would like to do. Oh, maybe okay. I think I know how we play it. We play first this.
Knight c6.
Knight c6, and now don't you lose it?
That's an interesting idea. First block your c8 file.
I blocked the c8 file. Now I'm threatening either knight a4 or even taking immediately on c5.
So knight c6 can be a blunder.
Knight c6 is
might
probably
go to g6.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to show. So for instance, we attack, and then we have the time to play e5 perhaps.
To protect d6.
Although now this is a problem, or maybe it's not a problem.
Queen takes.
Queen takes. Now rook takes c3 is impossible. Because we win back an exchange, or a whole rook in exchange, yeah. So, so.
Have you noticed that both Lei and Tan wear white clothes today?
She changed.
So Lei changed
because
and she lost yesterday, but Tan didn't change because she wins. That's how
chess players superstitious.
Yeah,
yes,
superstitious.
We talked about it off the air yesterday. Yes.
Yeah.
Every chess player has some superstitious.
For me, a pen or some, the small pin wearing on my clothes, that can be my superstitious.
This is very important. I also always wore light squares for the white pieces, and then light clothes for the white pieces, and darker clothes for the black pieces.
Yeah, and when I lost the game and I blame the clothes is not right, the pen is not right, and maybe this cup is not right.
Well, obviously, what else can be the reason? I mean, come on, that's the only explanation. Yeah, so this is how it goes, guys.
Should we go into some break and?
Okay, we can take before it really gets nasty. We can take short break because we went through all those possible variations. Let's make a move, and we'll take some 5-10 minutes break, and we'll get back.
And let's wait for Tan's choice.
Yeah. Okay, stay tuned.
See you later. 老师休息一下，老师休息一下。
We're back. So, during the break, they made 2 moves. We left the position here, and Tan chose to give up the pawn, which is the lesser evil compared to what we've seen after rook b7 and d5. She went rook d8 instead of rook c8, which is also quite a logical move, basically, to put some pressure on d4. Knight a2, as we predicted, and knight f6. So she's trying to create some counterplay. And Cho, we are looking a little bit as yesterday, right? So Tan has spent a lot of time. She is going to be pawn down again.
Yeah, that's right.
And again, the advantage is on Lei's part and on Lei's side, and she will have to prove this time that she can bring it home, right?
Right.
It's not going to be very easy, I think, because, well, those pawn, she will, she's actually taking some time on before, and I think the reason for this is because she doesn't really have to do it right now.
The e4 pawn's hanging.
E4 pawn is hanging, and she has time to
protect it.
Since the bishop cannot move, the queen is pinned, right? So we have time to even protect the pawn, something like maybe rook e1 even.
On this point, then Lei have the choice of the right rook.
You see?
Yeah.
And it makes sense, because really the rook is often needed on either e1 or d1 to support the center, so the choice of the rook was really good, and it becomes apparent now. Of course, she didn't expect Tan to blunder the pawn with rook b8, but still this kind of formation is something she must have thought about. So rook e1 is perhaps what she should be thinking about, and then what is going to happen, how we might see things develop.
Black might give more pressure on the center, especially the 2 pawns, because she's gonna lose the a5 pawn, so she will give more concentration on the center. For example, if she want to develop, she might play knight g6 to activate her knights.
Okay, to dig white a little bit here, right? And now white has the choice of where to go, because bishop e3 is not a place we want to go, because we are blundering a pawn, simply. So we would have to go back somewhere here, I guess. No, I'm thinking, okay, how do we hold this position for black? Maybe we don't know. So we are going to lose this pawn soon. What's our best chance how to hold this position? We also we don't want to leave white with the 2 bishop advantage, with a pair of bishops. So maybe we would like to play something like
Bishop e5.
What do you think? Look at that. Look at this move. Lei just played bishop g5. Wow, this is interesting. Now,
we even didn't expect this
We did
this
not
move.
even consider this move. Oh, this is interesting. It makes a lot of sense, actually. Well, the point being that she protects the e4 pawn by simply
Bishop e6.
using the fact that the bishop is pinned. So, and she wants, actually it looks quite strong because she threatens to take on f6 and to weaken the king. And this is, she's asking some questions, some unpleasant questions. For instance, on the problematic side, she lets she lets the control of the b8 square. So this might be, for instance, she might not even win the pawn anymore.
But in return back, she will
She
break.
will break. So she in other words, maybe she says, okay, I don't really need this pawn. Like they say, it's not pawns we're playing chess, right? So interesting, but this is, so again, instead of going into like a very calm realization of an advantage by just capturing on b4, right, or protecting the pawn on e4 and then capturing, she chose to go into a slightly different direction. And maybe Tan's clock situation also has something to do, although no, I'm not sure. She has half an hour for 20 moves.
Do you remember yesterday the situation is really similar to as today? Tan has time trouble for the first side, and then Lei just
suddenly flipped.
Yeah, flipped.
Okay, so what do we do as black here? Do we just protect? Does it sound?
I have a question. That is there any possible that black can prevent from the pawn structure broken?
I don't see how, actually.
So she's facing the pawn structure.
Anyway, the pawn structure will be destroyed anyway, right? Because the knight cannot move, as we said, because of bishop takes e7.
And there's no piece will be protect this knight. So this is what Lei really want. She wants her opponent's king side to be weak, and maybe to organize some attack on the king side.
I think she builds on the attack, yeah. And rook b8 is played.
She played rook b8.
Interesting. So now we should probably expect bishop takes f6, although she even has time for another move now before she has to take on f6, because the knight is not going anywhere still. Oh, maybe maybe. Yeah, the knight is not going because knight d7 is not a threat. We have knight takes b4 always. Okay, so how do we approach this position? After, let's say, after we take, let's just for a moment, for the sake of the argument, consider this one. So we would love to keep the bishop, the d3 bishop on the board, probably. And what else we would love to do is...
If we just take this knight, then I don't see how white can accrue some advantage on the king side, because all the pieces have placed on the queen side. So
that's a problem.
Especially the queen, it's not really easy for her to transfer to the king side.
And what do you think her plan is there?
I think it's not urgent problem to solve with the knight, but maybe with the central square like the d5 or some pawn push.
Like push, like e5 or d5? d5.
d5.
Interesting.
And then I will play e5 if you took my pawn.
If I take, okay, this is an interesting idea. The idea is that now if I move,
Then you
For
will lose a
instance, here I
piece.
lose a piece, and if I move to
And take
a7, you take
the
and you
bishop.
still win the piece.
Mhm.
Okay, this is an interesting plan. Let's see, how can I refute it?
I think
Sorry.
d5 can be a central cross to
D5.
to black position.
Agree. D5 is and why do we have to play d5? Why not e5 immediately?
Because
Let's
knight
show it
d5.
because there is knight d5,
And this
and the
move
knight
can handle
protects.
the whole position, the whole central square.
So the key, and it's not something unknown or to first play when we want to play e5. We often, even if we're not winning immediately, we often want to first play d5, sacrifice the pawn to block black's pieces, and only then play d5
Yeah.
to make the pawn cover the very important square on d5. So the knight cannot go to d5, and then the bishop is blocked. So this is a very thematic move, very, very interesting. And okay, so black cannot capture, but we can probably. Oh, we cannot even go. So can we go like that? Or maybe you don't take on b5 even, yeah? If I go bishop d5, bishop b5 here,
I would take this.
you
This
take on
bishop.
e6, right? Or you take bishop and
Bishop.
you take on the pawn
I
on
take
e6,
bishop. And
right? Or you wanted something else?
in my first sight, I see knight d4 or
Knight
something.
d4.
I don't know. That's just the first sight, because I really want to move my queen to king side.
So why not? Let's move it like this
Yeah.
with a check.
Yes.
Why not?
Why not?
And we win. We won a pawn.
Exactly.
Sounds good, right? Yeah, I think this wins. Okay, so bishop d5, b5 is not an option.
What
are
about bishop d7 to
D7.
protect, or bishop e8? Once I move the
you can protect. You can protect like
with
that.
my queen,
Sorry. Yes. So bishop e8 is a move, but
and
now
I would not block my rook with d5. If I put my bishop on d7, then the d8 rook can be kind of stupid.
Yes, and I think there was even an immediate
D6.
tactical solution for this, because you cannot take on d6
E5.
because of e5. And with the bishop on e8, on the other hand, this probably doesn't work, because now d3 is hanging because the rook is not blocked. Maybe we should continue here still a little bit. But no, it's nothing, because the knight is protected. And okay, so bishop e8, and how do we go about it? Lei is calculating, and there is a lot to calculate here.
It's again an important position.
Important position to think, and I have a deja vu for yesterday. We also, when she tanked for a long time, we said, okay, this is an important position to think about.
I just hope she won't make mistakes like yesterday,
Yeah.
like f6, and she weaken her own king side. That makes her position.
Although at
not
the time, you
vulnerable.
remember, it looked very clever what she did, right? This f6 and even kh7, but in the retrospective, she still had the advantage after that, but it looks like she lost thread of the game a little bit.
She actually lost the best chance to attack.
Yes.
She's slow with f6 and king h7. It makes sense when there's some trouble in time, but actually that's not the first move we want to choose.
Yeah, exactly. True. Okay, now she's probably thinking about this and the bishop d5, bishop e8, and what does white do here? That's interesting. So we can try. Bishop c4 comes to mind.
Bishop c4.
Maybe it shouldn't come to mind, but it does. But I think you can still. Can you take on d5?
Take? Absolutely not. Your d8 rook's hanging.
Yeah, but how do we? Yeah, we can. We just take on d5, right? And if knight takes, then this pin works. And if rook takes, we just
Bishop
take on
take
f6
knight.
and take the rook. So the knight, the pawn cannot be taken, but maybe we are. That's not something that we really want to do.
Oh, d5.
She did play d5. d5 is on the board. So okay. So now Tan, who probably used this time to also calculate the variations. I expect her. She doesn't really have many options here. And bishop e8 looks like the most natural move, right? How can we proceed with white? I don't like. If maybe we can
just take the
just
bishop.
take, but then what have we achieved? So
You know, actually, this exchange makes sense because your bishop is much better than my a2 knight.
True,
So this take
true.
always makes sense.
That's true. But then we have to consider both recaptures, because black really would love to exchange the queens if we can. I'm not sure we can though, because queen goes to where?
a2.
a2 probably, or maybe c2 and some e5. Let's think about it.
c2 maybe.
c2 is good, right?
Right.
Now I still have to. I have to follow you.
You insist to exchange my queen.
Yes, I am. I do insist. I have to. But I think there is some problem with d6 in the end. Somehow like that, right? Even immediately?
Yeah.
And
where to go, your knight? If you exchange queen first and then I have e5.
Right, but if not, then I might lose the queen, right?
Yeah.
So I cannot go, I cannot, and if I go here, still e5 is winning.
Yeah.
Because you have this intermediate take all the time. And if I first take, it still doesn't help because on rook c8
G6.
I take. Oh, and I have
And
bishop
bishop
g6
G6.
always. So this is game over. Well, we have h6 still. It's not yet game over. But this is probably not something black is happy about playing, I think. Although it can become. We should make it a little bit more precise. So we should first exchange the rook on b8 to not lose the pawn on d6. Now we take. Take again. And now something has to win. Yeah, take on g7 probably, or yeah. It should win. It will be pawn up, and this is a strong pawn. But I think we are a bit too far. just a tiny bit. Okay, what happens? So queen b4 actually might be losing by so queen c2, right? Because we don't have all this immediately because the bishop is hanging on d3. So this all this stuff doesn't work immediately.
Or if bishop f4?
Where?
It's not the end. Bishop f4.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Wow.
So this also might
There's so
work.
many combinations.
But okay, but maybe then, and maybe this is the way to go for black then. Oh, this is more, makes much more sense. To eliminate as many pieces as we want. Although obviously we would like, naturally we want to keep the rook behind the pawn, but in this case, and you said what? You wanted to show me something?
It's not really good move. I mean bishop d2, but you can't avoid this exchange. For example, rook a4 or something.
Bishop 2. Yeah, but now I think I can even, start
bishop
liquidating.
A5. Bishop a5.
That was your point.
And I want to play
But I can also attack you. What do you think?
Not wise move for white.
This is a game we can both play. Yeah. Yes.
They have some move.
She played
Continue,
bishop e8.
yeah, bishop
She
e8.
played bishop e8 as we expected, and now we expect probably. Okay, but so we said knight b4. Let's make some order in all of this. So queen c2 is probably very strong. We threaten e5 and bishop h7 maybe, and we threaten d6 and e5. So there are many threats in this position.
Actually, today the edge Lei has is more than yesterday.
Yes, it feels like it.
Even she has edge that's only a slightly better position, but today if she her reaction is good. Oh, she played.
No, it's me.
Didn't.
It's me.
If she has better reactions, then she has maybe a winning position.
She might well have, yes. And I think this position suits her style much better than yesterday's. It's an attacking position where with many possible active continuations.
And the point is, black still don't have a really clear plan to make counterplay.
Yes.
If Tan catch one opportunity to have the counterplay, then maybe this position can be not clear. But now this position is totally white attacking. Yeah, white attacking and black is defending. So this is Lei's favor.
Okay, so another thing why we would like to take here is probably because we want to place our rook somewhere.
Exactly.
Somewhere here.
Actually, the bishop on b4 is kind of annoying for
it's very
white.
Annoying. It's very annoying.
It blocked the b file and also blocked that diagonal, so better to take it.
And more importantly, it can jump and offer some queen exchanges which we don't want to happen. So basically we want to take, but we need to first consider to make sure that queen b4 doesn't work, right? And if it doesn't work, which we think it doesn't, then knight b4 is the move, probably. I don't see what black, maybe queen a3 here to keep this guy attacked. Is this a move?
Then I can always solve this problem with
you can always take on
exchange.
b8, yes? Right, yeah, correct, totally agree. And now you can do whatever you want. d6 and e5 is probably crushing. Let's show it. And d6, maybe I have knight g6, I'm still holding, but but maybe, you know what, maybe even something stupid like that.
Queen c7.
Or although we're hanging, the bishop is hanging, but you get the sense here that it should be losing somehow, right?
Yeah.
So it's not going to happen, so we can not stop on it. So yeah, queen b4 doesn't look like such a great option. You know what, I have another question. Do we have maybe some queen move? Go away and then cover take with the rook? No, that's probably not, because we cannot conveniently go anywhere. On queen c5 we just get knight a6. Now here we can just move our queen and use this spin. So. Okay, so it doesn't work. Okay, so so we think that knight b4, a b4 is the most natural continuation, right? And now, since e takes d5 is not really a threat yet because of e5, right? So we can make a useful move, which would be but what black does want to do is probably to exchange.
I think rook d1
can exchange, or he can still not exchange.
Rook d1 can be a strong move. I want to protect my bishop and then threat d6.
She made a move, and it's
Queen
totally not the move
b2.
we expected.
Again, we didn't expect it. What is
the move is clear what she wants.
She wants
to win a pawn, and she says, how do you defend even? Interesting.
Actually, the idea bishop g5 and bishop b2 are just a set.
Yeah, she's continuing. She has a very
this is Lei's target. She
straight
wants this
target,
knight.
and we're
She insists this knight is mine. I want to capture it here.
And to tell you the truth, it's hard to argue with her here.
For humankind, when you are playing this without engine, it's a big pressure for black because it's aiming your king side.
Yes, it's very annoying.
And I still have the pressure of maybe later on d6, e5, such thing, and I remains the chance to take the bishop. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, but so we still cannot take because of e5, right? So this is game over. What do we do with black? Well, we didn't even consider queen b2, but it's such a natural move.
And the same question is again: is there any possibility that black can still protect this knight?
I don't see it. But you know what my question is? What happens? Okay, so let's say, what are you really threatening? So you want to take, but okay, let's say I play something like that. You take, I take, and then I take here. And I want to exchange, and this is still protected.
And after all this exchange, actually white achieves little, not much. Huh?
I'm not sure how much we did achieve here really, but no, but okay, we continue the attack.
Yeah, we go. The queen.
Keep the queen.
Yeah, keep the queen on board.
Or maybe somewhere smarter like that to keep it targeted.
But you will face knight g6. No.
Knight g6, I'm happy to face. That's a move I'm happy to face. Okay, this is a tricky position. No, it looks good for white, right?
That's a good question. What if black just give up this pawn and what to achieve?
Well, And another thing here, I think, is I can maybe even first take here, and the point is that this will hang now.
So what if I don't play h6? I play
maybe
knight g6.
Yeah, h6 is probably not the best move, but this is maybe e5.
Knight, oh, e5.
I have to say, not the most pleasant position for black.
If you play e5, then black might sacrifice the piece. Knight d5.
Knight d5.
She have
exchange,
a,
yes.
yeah, she have a knight on
Okay,
d5.
yeah, this is a decent. Yeah, I agree. This is probably not. This will not make white too happy from the position that she had. Okay. But on the other hand, and this you claim that there is not so much white achieved here, right? Is this what you're saying?
You break the king side, but there's no further attacking because you just exchanged the black bishop with the knight. So it's not really dangerous for black to lose. Oh, she played knight g6. That's the main idea. She just sacrificed it and to see how white goes on.
Interesting. So we could, for instance, we could take maybe on e6, but this is very little, yeah? If we want to win, it doesn't look too promising. Okay, so this is the current position on the board, and then black says, okay, you can take the exchange, you can win the exchange now, and we can maybe make it in this variation, because queen takes b4, we will just take and take with the tempo. This is good for white, right? This is very promising. So a takes b4, and now on e5, Tan says, okay, so why am I even worse here? Or if so, how much, and can you, because this pawn is very difficult to win back. Right. With those knights, one will go to, well, the knight will stay on d5, the bishop will go to the long diagonal soon, and it's just an exchange for a pawn.
You know,
not
I
so
have a
tragic,
feeling that Lei has already lost the best chance.
You think so? Queen b2, after all, is maybe...
Yeah, just like yesterday, the move of king h7 and f6, it seems sensible, but yeah, but after that, you will see if black has the best reaction, then the position can be hard to go on.
Yeah, but on the other hand, so okay, so if we compare, I'm not sure what the engine says, but let's say if we compare her options. So she was thinking, I can do something like that. And I have nothing really concrete. I have a pair of bishops, I have a more attacking position. I have nothing concrete. And then, on the other hand, I have this option of playing queen b2, and I'm winning, probably winning a pawn, and what a pawn. I mean, I'm going to ruin this whole king's formation here.
I think it's a judgment thing. It's like you choose a pawn up, or you choose to have the better position to keep attacking. That's the choice.
And I think she might have underestimated the idea that she doesn't really get much in this scenario, right?
Yeah.
So in this scenario, although she still, you know what? Okay, so what if we continue here? We only need two moves, h4 and h5, and we are winning.
And just keep the two queens on board, and then I think it's
Question is, can we do that? Can we have it? Are we able to exchange? Okay, we can
the
first
bishop,
exchange,
yeah,
right?
that's my idea. Exchange the bishop first.
Now take,
Take.
right? And you take, and now we go back somewhere here. Let's see.
And then h4, h5.
We want, yes, we want h4, h5. And we say, okay, you need to prove that you can hold this. Because the king is very, very weak, right? With so many pieces still on the board. So black should try and exchange
Queen.
as many. First of all, queens is the most important. We obviously don't want to do that, right? We will want to keep them on the board.
But then,
then black has-
you can't push the pawn to h5.
Yeah, okay, I will find maybe a way. I will try to find a way. On the other hand, black also has a very strong counterplay, right? So all of a sudden this pawn is extremely strong. And as you said, yeah, okay, so you're not there yet with white. But okay, what is this
G5.
position? What is this?
Queen.
I have a feeling that
E5?
we're gonna have a sharp position again in time trouble, and then mistake will decide on the game.
Maybe because there's 19 moves with 20 minutes and 30 minutes. That's not much.
It's not much for such a for a position that can become so sharp. It's not a lot at all. For instance, there is such a nice move here.
Wow.
Look at this, check, check. And you cannot take on h7 because we take here, and you cannot take on e4 because of this check.
Wow. Interesting move. Then I would just take the queen.
And if you take the queen, I check.
King g7.
King g7, now I have to choose either take like that or take on g3 and protect. And that's an extra pawn, but you have such a strong pawn on b2, I don't think you are ever in any real danger of losing here with black here. It's just through d2 and we ask who is actually better here. I mean, I don't know. Okay, so this is probably not ideal for white. And what else? And if she takes here, I think.
Oh no, the bishop is still hanging.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the
you
bishop
can
is
take the
hanging. I
pawn.
cannot take on, even I cannot take on e6 because this is hanging. But I could, and if I waste one more move, then e5 will come, and this is much more difficult to exploit.
It's not really optimistic for white.
And what if we go for some positional? e5 is not enough because we'll just take on e5 and go and win this pawn. It's nothing. And if wait, we wanted to play like that. We have another option here, maybe.
Queen b5.
On queen b5, we have this move. It's much stronger, and we want to mate immediately.
Then maybe f6.
Yeah, but f6, you remember what happens to people who play f6.
I still remember.
Bad things happen to them, and I think we can.
You want to repeat the history?
We can. Wait, what did? No, I didn't play bishop f5, obviously. I wanted to play knight h4, but you want to play queen g5, yes? Okay.
h4 probably.
Ah, h4, yes, h4 is a natural and a winning probably move. Huh?
That's unpleasant for black.
You're very gentle, unpleasant. This position screams danger.
Definitely not f6.
Yeah, f6 is probably
This is a forbidden
forbidden move. Yes. But no, but okay. But you are solving. There is a much bigger issue now. You're threatened with knight g5. How do you, maybe queen b5 is not the best move actually. Coming to think of it, yeah. Because if we don't play queen b5, then on queen h6 is met with some knight move to e7, for instance, and we want to trade the queens. But now this is a threat. So maybe not so easy for black either, because still the king is and it's much easier to play with white in time trouble than with black.
You see, Lei is chasing with the time. She's chasing time.
Yeah, okay. She's catching up, but she has a big choice here. She really has a difficult choice here, and we actually we need to check if this idea of knight takes b4 it really even works, because if it doesn't, it will change everything with the bishop on b4. If, for instance, black can play, maybe it can take here. Queen f6. Yeah, okay. This is probably not going to work. Yes. Queen e7, you want? Yes. Hey, it might. Ah, but okay. We take, and we take
d6,
and we play d6, and we have an extra pawn, and what a pawn, right? So this is good. This should be good for white. Okay, so we think bishop take f6 and knight takes b4, or maybe we can even switch the order. We can first take here, right? Because even on queen b4 this is this still
f6
works, because we have on queen b2 we have bishop takes b2. And then the normal move would be like that, and we take here, and we go, and we get this position. Probably should take, right? What else is there? And maybe, maybe there is this move. This move might be.
I would take the knight and e5.
You take an e5.
This can be a bit unpleasant for black, because h4, h5.
h4, h5, and again.
Unstoppable, and sometime I will have e6 to crush.
Maybe it is stoppable.
Queen c4.
I will try to make it stoppable.
I see. g3.
g3, yeah. Like.
If I can't achieve anything with your king, then the two black pawns can
all
be
of a sudden
really
it can turn
terrible.
Yes. And I'm
G2.
afraid.
Rook E1.
We are soon going to see that. Now, how do we do that? So you want
h4, h5,
h4, h5, and
or e6.
you
These are two of my plans. And I might place my knight on f5, h6, or f6.
And you think I'm going to let you do all that?
No, of course. You stop most of my plans.
Yeah, that's what I do. I tried to ruin people's
H4.
plans.
Oh.
But then it's not clear why I lost these two tempi by playing Queen E4. I didn't really need to do that, right? So,
Yeah.
So I could... you know what else I could have played here, maybe? H6? Is this a move?
Seriously?
No. Well, I don't know.
That's interesting
I
idea.
want to take on E5.
Yeah, but I will not.
You will not take on
play,
H6?
I might play Queen F6. And
Yeah.
then Rook E1.
But okay, look what Lei did. She didn't do any of it.
It amazes us again.
I think she's a bit too slow now. I think let's go, okay, this becomes all irrelevant. As she played Rook FC1. Interesting. What does she want here?
What's the main idea of this move?
I don't really understand it because first of all, okay, my first reaction was to go bishop c5, but this doesn't work because you just go
Queen
Queen
C2,
C2, you
lose
attack
play.
both, right? And this is protected. So, okay. So she basically says, okay, you make a move, you don't have a useful move. And if she's right, she's right. but is she?
She's still expecting black to take the d5 pawn, then e5 still exists. So the central still better for white. She's waiting for black's move. I think this move means if you can do something, then you do it. Yeah, you do it. And if you can do something, then I have my rook out of the
improved.
Yeah, improved. Yeah.
This is valid, but I think it resonates a lot with yesterday's King H7 move.
Yeah, these two moves from Bishop G5, Queen B2, and Rook C1. It shows that she slows the moves down.
Might be, but on the other hand, you know what really does black have? I would actually, considering the variations that we've
H6.
seen, I would really think about this
you will
because
push white to exchange.
and more than that, I just took a very important square on G5. So you cannot stay with your queen on this queens on the king side.
This can be really unpleasant if you can't.
Oh, sorry, this is
you can't play Queen G5.
And without the queen on G5, you really have much less sting in your position here in your attack. So here, for instance, I can force already the exchange, right? Almost force. No, I didn't force it, but why not? What do you do? Queen H5 is knight F4.
Actually, I want to play Queen E6 and then
You want to take and take.
take
Okay.
and take. But you have knight F4.
Yes. I have this, and again, as you said, this can become a really big headache in the endgame for white. Wow, are we? Well, H6 is not a very natural move. On the other hand, if white can wait, why can't black wait, right?
Yeah.
What else is there? E5 is not a move we want to make, especially that we just lose this pawn. I'm afraid black doesn't have too many other options. She needs to make a move. We agree on that, right?
Yeah. She can just skip this move and tell Lei, oh, you go on.
You go on, yeah. Well, that would be a good way for Lei. And if not, then h6 might be very sensible. Again, to take care of this g5 square. And what can you judge from Lei's body language now?
Shaking again, and serious on her face. Nervous
She's
again.
not happy.
She's not
yeah.
really happy. I think when she was thinking about the last move, she might notice that she has missed the chance because this situation is not so pleasant as before. So she's kind of nervous again. And I can see Tan's more relaxing.
Yeah. Okay, so we might be getting another, and this is a very dangerous situation for White, I think, because, as we said, if her attack suddenly doesn't go through, then she might
face the problem.
She might face the problem in the end game,
just as we
with
predict.
with this pawn, which can become extremely unpleasant and dangerous.
I think if black don't play h6 to push white exchange, she can still play queen d6 to avoid the pin.
Wait, is queen d6 possible? Can
I would take d5
with the queen? I was hoping some other piece. But
maybe
she played h6. She played h6. And and h6 is very forcing now. So it pretty much forces Lei to take on f6 or on h6.
If she don't take, if she retreat her bishop
well,
back,
then nothing of it makes any sense, right?
Then nothing achieved with bishop g5. It's just wasting of time.
Makes no sense.
So exchange.
I think she's done, so she must take, and now she has to decide. I think she cannot leave the bishop on the board. That's my feeling.
I think the advantage has gone.
Oh my God!
Oh,
she retreated.
Retreated.
So this is admission of total fiasco of the plan, basically.
You know, actually, I think this is a difficult decision for a chess player, because then you just tell the others, I made wrong plans before, and now I want to change another plan. But it's also really, you know, really a courage.
It's yes. It takes a lot of courage, and it's one of the qualities, of very important qualities, to admit a mistake.
Yeah, I admit my mistake, and I want to make a better move.
Yes. But I think with all that, she lost her advantage. It looks
but it might be
but she keeps the choices open, right? So
yeah, she remains all the pieces here, and she remains more chance to both of them. So maybe on this time, it's a good choice for her, because if she exchange bishop and knights, then she and her opponent both has calculations of this variation.
Yeah, it was very forcing. We have to admit that after h6, all the variations were very forcing. Now we still have some game left. Okay, what do we do with this knight on a2? I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I want to exchange this long time ago.
Yeah, I remember. But on the other hand, it's not going anywhere right now, so you can leave it, especially given that now on bishop take, on knight takes before, maybe queen before again is valid. But then, okay, so maybe we just regroup, we go queen somewhere.
E2 or C2?
E2 or C2 or A2. I didn't want to go any of those places because of queen A4, but maybe it's nothing.
It's nothing. After exchange the rook, I have D6.
Again, you have D6, and
but there's a bit different. And if I play D6 now, I'm not attacking your knight.
Yeah, you're in time to play maybe
E5
E5 yourself, and she took on B4, and now
Finally.
Tan is thinking really how to recapture, which is
With
understandable. Okay, she took with the pawn. Looks natural, but now you know what I was thinking about. So H6 did weaken the king side a little bit, right? So we can now, maybe D6 is not working at this point, in this moment, right? Although it might be interesting. What is this? Huh. And you know, when we have with the opposite color bishops, it's well known that in the end games it's a drawish tendency,
Yeah,
but in the middle
games is the best chance to be attacking.
yes, it's much better for the attacking. And why? Because you basically you have an extra piece in the attack because the other bishop cannot protect on your diagonals.
That's true.
And especially here, sorry, that we managed to weaken exactly the dark squares. It's very good for us. So this might be an interesting idea, but unfortunately I think we're blundering stuff here. This is very unfortunate. It was so beautiful. And here we just go somewhere with the... Nothing is really easy here, but I think here black is okay.
Do you think this game will lead to the second time control?
I have a feeling it will be decided in the first time control somehow.
So you think they will end in 16 moves?
Hard to say. I would not bet on it.
Actually, yesterday it was close to the second time control.
Yes. And in the last 3 moves of the game, it moved from winning for whites to a draw, and then to losing for black. So
that's a roller coaster.
That's what we call a roller coaster. Yes. Okay, so but we have a very interesting position still now, right? First of all, white can still win a pawn, right?
With bishop h6, but then this position will lead to the formal one, like our analysis. Take
almost the same, because the queen is not on is now on b7.
But I have queen e7.
But you have queen f, yeah. But look at this move by Lei.
Rook a1.
Rook a1.
She wanna play rook a7.
She wants to catch the queen in the middle of the board.
Wow.
Wow, look at that. For instance, if black takes, the queen has nowhere to go. Well, it's not really middle of the board, but still the queen, it's quite amazing that the queen has no squares to go. So this is, it is really an interesting idea, but I'm not sure
Rook a8.
what it accomplishes. Yeah. So she wants to
then
force-
exchange the rook, and you have to decide which to take back. If you take back with the queen, then I will take b4 pawn. If you take with the rook, then maybe I will have chance to push my pawn to d6.
Okay, I agree. But
If you
okay, so
take,
you
then
take, and what
e5.
happens? And is this so
e5.
bad for me?
Not e4.
Am I really in any danger here?
It's not what we expect.
I don't think this is a dream of white.
It's not the dream position.
Maybe she has something else. Okay, first of all, maybe she can. Maybe d6 again. d6, as we said, you just take, right? And if now take on on h6.
Then maybe I'll just ignore your bishop and make some exchange in the center.
You take. Now what can I do? I can.
She played rook c8.
Yeah, that was my other suggestion, that we don't really have to play to a8. We could play to c8, which is similar actually.
It has a bit difference.
But there are some subtle differences. Yeah. So for instance, we can again take
you,
with
you
both.
can't take with rook because I have bishop a6.
Okay. So this makes the choice of recapturing much easier.
Yeah, so you have only one
you
choice.
You have to take on
with
the queen. But then you are threatening probably something along the lines of queen c3. And again,
is there
the
an
question
idea
is
of bishop a6? And then I might push my pawn to d6.
But I'm not letting you.
Yeah, I will exchange the queen.
You will exchange the queen and still push?
No, the e4 pawn's hanging, right?
Yes.
Not possible. Sorry, I missed
Yes.
Or bishop b6.
Bishop b6, yes,
If we
it may
don't
be
play
more
bishop
interesting.
a6.
But I can also attack you. You want to take on 1d4, yes, 1b4.
It seems rook c8 has some problem. Again,
Interesting.
right? Again, the rook is attacked. This is the problem Tan always ignored.
Well, at least she knows what to work on her game with. But okay, so and bishop b6 is she took on c8.
She took on c8, and with no choice.
And we expect to see bishop b6, right? She almost, wow, she
almost took with rook.
She almost took with the rook on c8. She obviously had this in mind. Wow.
She didn't have this calculation correct again.
Wow, she almost,
miscalculated.
Unless we didn't see it correctly, but it looked like she was planning to take with the rook, right?
Yeah, and then she
retracted it to hand, right?
Wow, that was close to miss a piece.
And what happens to lay in such a position? Your heart jumps, yeah, when you see your opponent moves for her rook.
Then in my mind, I'm going to be like jump.
Wow, that was, or maybe it was just a psychological. No, it doesn't look like a trick. It looks genuinely like she almost blundered.
She probably didn't see bishop a6, so she wanted to take back with the rook, so she played.
Looks like it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Unless she wanted to play with the queen
I don't
and
think
she
so.
saw bishop
Bishop
b6, which is also very unpleasant. So because rook d6, you run into
Queen b4.
queen b4 immediately, and she took with the queen on c8.
And if you play
rook d7,
then you block your bishop.
Then we can probably do some damage, I think. Well, the pieces are really misplaced now. So we have an option to. Okay, we cannot take. Sorry, we cannot take on e6.
The bishop is
because
always
the
hanging.
bishop is hanging. But as you said, we first of all we have options now. Maybe too many options. So we can play bishop a6 or bishop b5.
Or take the pawn.
Or take the pawn. Let's start with just taking the pawn. You know what? He takes d5, right? Otherwise, not really anything much
E5.
to do. And then e5.
White is one pawn up.
4. No, why after e4? You want to take? Actually, you know what? It is an idea. I would, to tell you the truth, I would want to get more, but maybe, you know what? Given that this might be a threat. Okay, we have some problems along the first rank. But this is, I think, this is almost a dream for white, right? After a few moves ago.
1 free pawn.
To be just a sim. And again, Tan has 10 minutes left for 14 moves, and Lei has 16 minutes. It's 11 and 16 minutes. Okay. So, how do we need to be very precise here with white. So bishop e6 looks very natural, right?
Yeah.
It's almost asking for, because you force the queen, the rook to be misplaced somewhere. On the other hand, you also have some other ideas of taking.
If you take h6, then this line will transfer to the formal calculations.
Yes, and it's good for black. Yeah, it looks.
Black can handle that.
Yeah. Okay. Agreed. So we want to put pressure like that.
And I think rook d7 might be better than rook d6
because of this
direct attack of rook. So it's better to block my bishop just for a short time.
But here I think we must find some strong move with white.
It's still not a really easy position to find a
not easy to convert.
Winning move.
And Lei took on b4, I think.
Why?
She just took on b4. Well,
ex d5.
She's claiming that e5 is strong here, probably.
e5.
What does the engine say? It's always equal for the engine, yeah.
So you see d4.
The engine says it's equal. Oh, but only after d4. So this is we cheated a little bit. We looked how the engine goes. And the engine says that d4 and what?
Bishop takes knight d5.
Knight d5. And some wait, and what?
Why? I have one pawn up.
It's probably something very concrete, I think, because
Maybe in Enjin's opinion, it think this position is hard to win.
it's not easy to win, but it's not equal. I mean, but maybe there is some counterplay that. Wow, I wouldn't really feel so terrified here with white.
Bishop e4? Bishop e4.
You want to
probably,
bishop e2?
No. If I play bishop e4, then queen g4 is so strong.
Yes, yes.
But if I play bishop f1, then the h1 a8 diagonal.
True,
Well,
true. It might be really
by
problematic, but again, I mean, I have a pair of bishops. I have an extra pawn, and I don't have an advantage. That would be very surprising. That's what she played, actually. She took on d5, and e5 is on the board.
And let's see if Tan can see the d4 move.
I think it very suits the style that of her defense to play d4 now.
I agree so.
And as we say that, of course, she proves us wrong again, and she played knight e4.
But it's
okay, but now it's again.
White
it's
is
a small
slightly better.
edge.
Small edge.
But then, okay, so do we take or do we? What do we do? We can maybe not take. If we want to win the pawn immediately,
then we will have bishop of different color.
yes,
And with the king safe for both of the players, then this end might lead to a draw.
So yeah, so this is the drawing tendencies here of this position are very high because of the opposite color bishops. For instance, if we manage to exchange the queens and the knights, it will be very difficult to break through. On the other hand, white king is much safer than black, especially after, given that she has already played h6, and we have this option of undermining, not immediately, but occasionally we will have this option to play e6. So it might be kind of tricky. It might still need some precise play from black to hold this.
And white has h4, h5 again.
And h4, h5 is the plan, agreed. So, but I think black will start moving out her pieces as fast as she can, right? So she will, this is very natural.
And there's
no good square.
Good square for queen.
So this might even lose the pawn immediately.
Yeah.
Because wherever we move, we can just take and take. Wow.
And leave white with a terrible pawn structure.
Yeah, and who is better? It's black who is much better.
Black is better.
Okay, so we need to be a little bit careful here with white.
Oh, Lei plays rook
Rook c1. I wanted to suggest, yes. So rook c1 looks like a very sensible intermediate move. What looked, I thought queen b8 should be the answer to that.
Queen b8, attack e5.
Well, attacking e5, and I want to
Exchange.
swap those queens because, although you know what, the endgame might be quite unpleasant with this bishop pair. So, for instance, even something like that, and then suddenly, if I go and start pressing this pawn, might become a little bit unpleasant for black.
And black will protect d5 with bishop d6 and bishop e6, bishop d7.
Yeah, but okay, so let's say we go something like that, and if you go into this old defensive mode, then you're really very passive here. So I will improve my pieces slowly. Like let's say I would love to probably I need to somehow consolidate, for instance, to play g3, bishop d4, to put the rook on d1, then maybe transfer the knight to e3. This is a dream scenario. Of course, you probably will not wait for me to do all that, although I'm not sure you can block all that much.
But I have to say this is not a winning game.
This is not winning. No, by no means
all
it's
the pawns
winning.
are on the same side.
But it can be sometimes quite unpleasant for black to hold this, because this bishop is really stupid, and white still has this two bishops advantage.
And
so maybe
black
an endgame is not something she wants, and she really played queen e6. Yes.
Also, the same idea. She wants to catch e5 pawn.
And how does she, for instance, if we take, then she will do what? So f5 maybe? And f5 I don't like, this is too weakening. Maybe. f5, queen c4. f5 is bad.
Queen
no,
c4?
this is how we
No.
lose. Yes, let's show how we lose. A very thematic move, and then if we capture, then we like that, or even stronger is probably to just take the queen and checkmate. Okay, so but f5 still, I still don't like this move.
But
It's weakening, but maybe
might
it
be
just
a good move in this position, because black will capture e5.
yeah, it's hard to argue with that. But let's see if you capture e5.
Knight e d4. Take the queen.
Take the queen. I take e6.
Rook rook b8.
No, you might actually even have this. Right? What do you think? Using the fact that the first rank is very weak.
So is it better not to take d5 on? I mean, just protect e5.
So you mean here not to take? So maybe some bishop d4, for
Or
instance,
queen d4 or bishop d4.
Queen d4.
Queen a5. She
Queen a5.
she choose to attack the rook.
Queen a5 is interesting, actually. Because, first of all, it's she's asking some questions. For instance, you cannot play rook c8 now, probably because of this, and c1 is covered, which is important, kind of important.
And this position can be much better.
This we
for
can agree
white,
that
yeah,
is good.
one pawn.
So, and then if you go to b8, then maybe we can even go
Queen
to c7 and
c7.
protect e5 with the tempo, while keeping the pressure on the position and on the clock. So Tan has 8 minutes left for 11 moves, which is not a big time trouble, because as we should remember that there is a 30 seconds increment after each move.
Yeah.
But okay, but this is, but White is still keeping the pressure, and really she doesn't need this extra pawn. She wants to keep her both bishops and keep pressuring, right? So bishop, rook b8 was played, indeed. Now I think on queen c7 we might see something like rook goes somewhere, b2 or b3. Rook b3 is impossible because of knight d4. So maybe just rook a8. Yeah, rook c7 is on the way, I think.
Queen c7. You know, there's
Queen
an
c7,
interesting
sorry, yes.
idea of h3 if you don't play queen c7.
h3?
Yeah, you can't take my e5 pawn because I have bishop e4.
Wow, nice.
That's an interesting idea.
Nice.
I will leave
So
space
this
for my king.
Yeah, h3 is an extremely important move here because it unties our hands from the last rank.
Yeah.
And in all the variations, we can already feel it that the fact that we cannot move the rook is really bothering us.
But it's not a very human.
It's not a
move.
human move. Yeah, it's something that maybe an engine can suggest, but it's hard to make. Although we saw yesterday that in a similar situation, Lei did make a move king h7, something like, you know, to move away from all those
Queen
ideas. So queen
c7,
c7,
rook a8.
rook a8 has
Yes.
been played.
Not
Yeah,
yet,
but
I
it
think there's
looks-
not much choice.
It looks natural. And then I think I would
h3.
play h3 with white to have this solved once and for all.
Yeah.
And this is interesting because black has really no good moves here, no good improving moves.
Yeah.
So this guy doesn't go anywhere. This one, let's start with this one, can only go here and here, and it's not really doing
It's
anything.
not really helpful.
This one also is pretty much
If you
on
leave
on the best available space, right?
yeah,
here?
if you leave the 8th rank, then
You might get in trouble
Yeah.
yourself because all of a sudden this can be very unpleasant.
Mhm.
So, okay, so there is some pressure. Again, I know that the computers probably are not really excited about anything here, but for a human, it's not very clear, very easy to play, especially when you have to make the moves fast. So I think if a quick h3 would be very unpleasant her for Tan because it would force her to find the move very quickly.
Yeah, yeah. This position, it's probably more difficult for black to think of a plan.
Yes, agreed. It's hard. I would try to maybe exchange the queens here, but on the other hand, queen on e6 is the only piece that really is positioned very well here. So maybe you try to get the knight back. But then there are some issues with this.
Oh, she played h3 and in 30 seconds.
Quite, yeah, okay, quite
That's a
fast.
wise move.
And now the pressure is really on
Black.
on Tan to choose her poison.
5 minutes for
5.5 minutes for 8 moves.
8 moves.
Again, nothing major, but not too pleasant either. So I would consider exchanging or trying to at least to break this domination of whites and move away maybe from this from knight d4, from the attack on d4.
I think if black can survive from this time control to the second time control, then she might survive.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
a
yeah.
draw
I think
because,
given enough time, she should be
Yeah.
able to solve all of this.
but just let's see if
If
there's
she
any
survives.
mistake in 8 moves.
So she played Queen E7, as we
E7.
said. Yeah, one of the moves was called for because simply there is really, well, maybe that's a good thing for her because she didn't really have many possible moves.
Yeah,
to make. So
and-
she just makes the one that doesn't.
And this
lose.
is a force exchange, I think. White can't just move the queen somewhere because e5 pawn's hanging. So
Right. So,
So
this
this
kind of
queen's
forces exchange, and now we have to decide whether we want to take ourselves or let black take on on c7. How can we improve? The pieces should go. We would really love to attack.
so even after the queen exchange to lead this game to an end game, they still have to push pressure for black,
Yes.
or otherwise she will achieve nothing on this time control.
Yes, agreed. So maybe, you know what, maybe what we can do is
Knight
put
d4
the knight on d4 using the fact that the knight is
blocked.
left the g6 square and not attacking e5
And
Now-
then I will play maybe f3
to start asking some
Yeah,
questions,
yeah.
right? So for
f3 and f4,
and then f5,
f5,
f6.
f6.
But it can actually be all with tempo here. So f3 drives the knight to g5, then f4, then f5. So this might be unpleasant. And how do we play with black? We want to prevent. Oh, maybe we go something like. No, this is how you lose with black. You don't do that. Black pieces are very uncoordinated here. And if we attack back the pawn, then as you said, right? So we have f3.
It's blown. I think black can play knight e5.
This is nasty. Not good. Yes. Okay, so then knight g6. Do we want to play f4 here?
Then f4 maybe. Then the unpleasant e4 knight is stick there, and you can never push it away.
Pardon? What?
I mean the unpleasant e4 knight. For
The knight
black.
on e4 we cannot push it
Yeah.
away, yes, but we can go around it maybe, and but you know what? f4 really weakens our king as well, so we might. I don't love f4 here.
But if don't f4, how can
But
you
f4 is
protect e5?
that's it. So it makes our choice a bit easier, yeah. And is this a move on f4?
And Lei has spent 5 minutes already in this move. The
Ah.
two player has equal time.
No, the drama again.
Ah,
With women, there's always a drama. Huh?
yeah, even with world champagne. She took e7, queen.
She took on e7. Okay. So, are we expecting knight d4 or we want to play it differently?
Or rook c7.
Rook c7, knight f5 comes. She played something totally different. She played knight d4 as we expected. Yeah, and now we think that knight g6 is the... You know what? On knight g6, maybe we want to play e6.
Push e6.
And we want to have this pawn isolated and ideally captured. And then we'll have 3 on 2, which is very difficult. But we have a pair of bishops, and if we manage to do that, then maybe we are in good shape.
Right. There are many threats now. For example, knight c7. Rook c7, bishop d4, f3.
That's exactly what they did. Knight g6 and e6 on the board. Probably black doesn't have to take, because it gives too many squares to
But
the
if
knight.
you don't take, these things still remains like rook c7 to control the 7th rank.
True.
And f3, I can always push your knight back.
Yeah, f3 is a threat now, I think. Yeah, it's. But maybe knight e5 right away.
Bishop.
And then we move.
Should move back.
Maybe bishop f1. I was thinking it is the safest, but maybe we want to have the bishop on this diagonal somehow. I just didn't like the spin, but maybe it's nothing because we always have knight b3 or even knight c2.
5 and 6 moves left.
5 and 6 moves, and 6 and 4 minutes.
It will probably lead to 40 moves.
Yes, they will. Unless something very unexpected happens here. Okay, so do we take, it's a good question really, do we take on e6 because we don't really want to, but we took, we take on e6 because we want some clarity. Knight will take on e6. I'm not sure why Lei is taking the time. She takes, okay, extra check that nothing is blundered. And I would expect to see something like knight e5 because it's such a natural move to activate the piece, but maybe bishop f7 is also a move.
It's also natural.
And she chose bishop f7. Okay, now it's interesting because so on knight c7 she probably wants to pin right there, and as the more pieces you exchange, the more pieces you will blunder, right? So you want to exchange pieces. And actually it was important to drive away this knight because bishop d4 would be a very annoying move, right?
Yeah.
So maybe white can try to keep the bishop, the knight on e6.
Is there knight e5?
Knight e5 and I resign, yes. That's how you lose such positions. Right? For demonstration purposes only. Okay. So what else? We could actually, we could try to exchange one pair of knights. Is it good for us? For instance, try to do something like that.
In my opinion, it's better to leave more pieces on board.
On the one hand, yes, but on the other hand, I think with the pair, what I want to get basically is something like, let's say, just make a random move that doesn't blunder. It doesn't matter. Okay, let's say black. I want to put bishops here like that, and then I will have this very annoying attack along the 7th rank, and I can always try to put pressure from this diagonal. And I think it's quite unpleasant for black to play here, because you know, like white, those bishops are so strong, they have full domination. Although of course there is so little material left. Whereas with this bishop with the knight on e4, I'm somehow, I don't have good squares for my pieces, because how do you untangle here? For instance, if you try to do the same, I always have some tricks like that, and
then there's more pieces trade here.
yeah, and you can probably always trade and not necessarily the pieces that we wanted to leave. But I agree. We would ideally like to have as many pieces on the board as we can. How do we do that?
Ah, I see. If you play rook c8, then I will play bishop a6 to attack your rook.
Okay, so I move. You win.
And
I
then
move.
bishop d4.
Then you place the bishop on d4, but now I start jumping. She played knight c7, yes? We'll soon get into this. And oh, she only has 3 minutes left for 3
It's
moves.
okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Those, yeah.
h5.
H4.
Sorry.
H4.
You
want to play G3?
Yeah.
You want to play G3. And if I play that, then you
Then
say
I'll
that's what
exchange.
exactly what you wanted, and I get what, or maybe not that immediately. How interesting. So I think white keeps the pressure, right?
Yeah.
And
So
she played rook d8 straight away. We should expect bishop d4 probably, yes?
Or maybe she will play g3 to prevent from knight
Yeah,
f4.
but then knight e5 comes.
Or d4. Oh, knight d4.
Knight e5 and knight c4, I think it's...
Yeah, better with
Black will be happy there.
bishop d4.
So bishop d4.
Knight f4 actually is not the big problem. You just want my bishop and I go away.
Yes, I agree. It's not
Bishop
terrible.
f1 and I will play g3 to...
And you drive me away.
Yeah.
So so this is white's plan.
Oh, she played bishop d4.
She played bishop d4, and white's plan is really to build something slowly, to move the bishop to g2, keep this. Again, against a machine, it's very little. Against a human, it's little, but not that little. And so there are still some chances, although if I had to bet my life on it, I would bet on a draw here. So.
Me too. There's only 2 moves left since 40 moves.
So we should probably safely expect. But you know what? Bishop f1, it might be now tricky. And no, this again. This is not a threat, actually. Or maybe it is.
There? Oh, sorry, my mistake.
But rook c8 is not very. That's what I didn't like. This knight, I cannot find a good place for it. See, so I would rather exchange those two because this one is kind of. She went to a6 straight away. Okay, so it makes sense in a way that she prevents rook c8, although she could play it with the tempo after rook c8. So I'm not sure I like this move, but maybe her actual idea is to put the bishop on b7 perhaps and put some pressure on d5. Although, honestly, it's not that much in either case. And I would be very careful to not blunder anything.
Knight g5?
She moves, she wants to play knight e6 probably. And there is a on the way, she also set some small trap. Because if white is not careful, knight takes h3 is a threat, right?
Knight s3.
For instance, if we go here, knight takes,
knight
and
f3.
winning
Right.
back the pawn. So, so this is a clever move.
On the last move of the first
And
time control.
Actually, how does white play here, because this doesn't protect. We still have knight takes h3, right?
Right.
So maybe king f1. King f1 is a sensible move in a way that I cannot make a move for some instance. In the sense that we also protect from this check. But then maybe it's a bit forcing. So she wants to break through.
I will not exchange directly, and maybe I will play bishop e5.
Yeah, but I want to play d4 anyway. She played. She blundered. She blundered. No, maybe she didn't.
No, she didn't.
She actually put a trap of her own.
Yeah.
So the idea is that after this, no, she goes king f1,
and your knight is trapped there.
and the knight is trapped. Okay. Wow, for a second I thought she blundered
This is
again.
a counter trick. Trick and counter trick.
So okay, there are two players who can make tricks. Okay, so this is not a blunder, and okay, this is actually a strong move. And now what does black play? Does she play knight e6 as you would expect? Because otherwise, where do you go with the knight? To g6?
If you play knight e6, then might some kind of attack is going to happen. For example, h4, f4, such thing.
h4. I have to go to e4 back. Yes.
f3.
And f3, and you force me. Basically, you force me. Almost force me. You don't really. No, you don't force me. So I have both knight d6, d5 is hanging. So I can go to f6 or d2. Or maybe this is something I want to do, to put the knight on c4. I need to use those 2 squares for my knights. She went
Knight
to G6.
G6. Okay, the first time control stand.
So they both passed the first time control, yes?
Yeah.
And bishop d4, back to...
Wait, why no times at here?
Yeah, okay, and knight f4 back, and now Lei will think. I think she will take her time to relax, to clear her thoughts, and maybe it's a good time for us also to take a small break. And we'll be back in 5-10 minutes after a short break, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.我们休息一下。老师，我们休息一下。 Hi everybody, welcome back to the women candidates, and this is the second game of Lei and Tan. This is Alec and I'm Cho.
Hi and welcome back. So, time control is passed, and I must say there's not really much of an advantage left for white.
Let's see what happened when we
we
played.
left around here,
Yeah,
right?
knight
So
g6,
knight g6, bishop d4, knight f4, and Lei chose to play h4, which is, I think it's a natural move to make. The move you suggested many times before, and
knight g e6.
one pair of knights was liquidated.
And that's what you want.
That's what I wanted, yes, but you know, I must agree that with this knight on e6, black's position looks really solid, yes. Although this is still, it can be, it is a weakness for now, and it will probably stay this way until the end of the game. h5, really?
h5.
Interesting. Okay, h5.
What is the point of h5? She don't want white to push pawns like g4, h5.
Probably yes, she doesn't want to be strangled on the king side.
But is it really a good move? Because she has black bishop and white bishop, and she plays her pawn in light square.
Yeah, I'm also not so sure about this move, to be honest. I'm not sure at all.
But on the other hand, it's really hard for white to achieve more attacking. With the knight stick on e6 square and it's protecting g7, it seems quite good.
Okay, but let's try to see how we can put some pressure on black here. So first of all, I would love to, we can try to target the knight, for instance, by playing, okay, let's make some normal moves first.
Yeah.
We can go to d3. And
Make
now
this bishop useful.
I would maybe want to play something like rook c6 and bishop f5. And you don't, where will you put your knight once we do that?
Or maybe I will protect with
If you
rook
protect
e8.
with the rook on e8, then I can have something like a rook d6, attacking the pawn. Let's make a few moves, okay? How? It's not so easy for black to make a move. So maybe Tan is planning to hold, like making moves back and forth. She will need to be quite passive here, I think. But maybe it's okay. And for this, she probably played h5 to prevent, as you said, to prevent white from taking this square away.
Yeah, but white still has some possibility to push the pawns. For example, f3, g4, and then g5, something like that.
Yes, but I think the reasoning here is that with every pawn that we exchange, it's getting closer to draw.
To draw, yeah.
So we would, so it would be decent, maybe this, or let's say black just passes all the time, goes back and forth. How do we win it? Or what is our plan to win? We want to bring the king somewhere, do we? Or is it?
Bring the king and push the pawn.
And push the pawns.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, for instance, yeah, we can imagine something like that. Let's say if black does nothing,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so we will do something like that, and then we'll
G4.
play g4. We'll take. The problem with all this is that if at some point black stops doing nothing, there might not be a lot of things.
For example,
us.
knight g6.
Yeah, for instance, knight g6, threatening both of these. No, but knight g6 here maybe. Oh yeah, and on rook d7 we have rook c7 we have check and rook f7. Yes, and we're not losing this position with black. And if we are not exchanging, then what will happen? Rook goes to. We want maybe to jump here. But this is tricky, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a little bit tricky. So we can just continue pushing. How do we approach it?
White wolf is knight e5.
Knight e5, we will meet it with the bishop
e2.
e2, or maybe we can have bishop b5 right away. Where do you go now?
Lay plays bishop d3.
Pardon?
Lay plays bishop d3.
Ah, she played bishop d3. Okay, so she, yeah, she wants to gradually start pushing,
Mm-hmm.
and black will have to wait and wait and wait. This kind of positions is where you don't really have anything concrete, any problems concrete, but it might be unpleasant to hold. And do we want to play something like that? Let's consider a move like that. Is it anything that we would love to do? D4?
d4. Mm,
To open up our bishop.
or
And what we are saying is basically that we will be ready to give up this pawn for, but getting the opposite colors bishops.
Mm-hmm. That's also an idea, but
If we can achieve that.
but if black can handle this
Maybe it doesn't,
position
should,
with no sacrifice of pawn, then
maybe she doesn't have to.
Yeah. Oh, she played rook e8.
Rook e8. And they play very fastly, actually, yes?
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons is because they really don't have much time. So it's only half an hour extra, and both of them. So Zhongyi has 23 minutes left, and Li has 26 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
they
on the other
cannot
hand,
really spend
if-
half an hour here,
yeah.
but they just make some sensible moves. And I think Tan knows that she will need this time down later on in the game to make when things get more precise.
Yeah.
So now she just passes, as we said, right? You have to pass either with the knight f8 or rook e8, and rook e8 is a much more sensible pass because you create some hidden ideas, like for instance, you probably want to play knight c5 here, right? So this is a sensible move to make.
So to avoid from knight c5, maybe white will push f4.
I don't like f4, I have to say, because it. What happened? No, I didn't want to play f3 for sure.
f4.
F4, because after f4, it will be very difficult for me to create.
Then the plan might be
Passed
king
pawn.
f2 and rook g1, g4.
Aha. So okay.
Is
So this
a
is
possibility?
sure. Sure. Let's consider it. So you want to
I want to stick my
start
my bishop
to
on e5.
you cemented your bishop on e5. Well,
Mhm.
this is actually very interesting. But how about okay? If I go now to the f8,
You want to
now I
do
want to
knight
play knight
g6.
g6 and to kick you out.
What about rook c7?
Right now, right away immediately. Yes.
If you
Something
play
is going on with my mouse. It's
knight
jumping.
g6, then you will lose the game.
My mouse is jumping. Okay. Rook e7. And if I attack?
Rook a7.
A7, and I keep attacking you,
Keep attacking.
or pretend to attack.
Do I have bishop g6?
Oh, this is beautiful. I have to play right because, of course, after this,
You lose a pawn.
I will lose the pawn and the whole game with it, probably.
And you also lose with rook f8 because you can't move the bishop and I can just take the h5 pawn.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So this is how it's done.
And I have
Like
attack.
that, or it's probably yes. Probably g5.
Yeah, g5.
And this is waiting for white. Okay, so I managed to lose this position in 3 moves.
So this is an experience and tell us better not to move the knight so far from the king.
Right. Okay. But actually, it might be. You're right. It might be quite tricky.
Mm-hmm.
If you keep, and she played.
Oh, she
F4.
play f4.
Okay. Well, since I said I don't like this move, this probably is the best move. So.
Maybe it can be an idea.
That's how we judge.
Uh-huh.
If I don't like the move, it's probably the best. So,
That's a joke.
unfortunately, not so much. Okay, so what can black do now? This is actually very tricky. And how do you think? How is Tan feeling in such positions as black on defending on those passive defending ends? Nobody really loves them, of course.
Yeah.
But, there are people who don't mind to defend for 5 hours.
She
But I think
has
as
some
we,
kind of pressure.
as we saw yesterday, she preferred to go to change the nature of the position to a more dynamic one instead of going into a long defense. And today she doesn't have this option. So it might be tricky. And in general, the position might be not very easy to evolve, actually.
The problem that black
Difference is
faces,
so big.
there's no much move to make. Just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 like that. You don't have much choice.
Yeah,
And your bishop and knight has to be there to protect at g7, and your rook has to be on the 8th rank. So
maybe we can put the rook on the 7th rank.
that's an interesting idea. What
Because
about
that's
check?
our biggest problem, right?
What
The seventh
about
rank.
when I check?
The check, I will go back. So I think we can examine maybe exchange, the rooks exchange, but I think white doesn't really want to exchange the rooks yet.
Or I will put my rook not on the C file, maybe on A file. So then I will play rook A7. Because
okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not
okay. So
possible to
you
play
say,
rook C7.
You say, let's say,
Yeah,
play
yeah,
like that,
yeah.
because black can do nothing at all anyway.
Mhm.
And if we go to F8, then this is very annoying, right? And after we go here, then again, this is,
Yeah.
this is tricky. Interesting. Okay, and what if we keep passing?
Mhm.
How do we want to do white?
And I do nothing.
And you do nothing? Okay,
Yeah, King F2,
King F2, right?
I do nothing.
You do nothing because you choose to. I do nothing because I cannot do it. See the difference?
King
And king goes
F,
here, yes? Or no,
And-
then we have some checks maybe. So
King F3.
king F3. Okay, I still do nothing. I cannot move here as we remember, right? Because
Yeah,
no,
this-
this is
different?
This is
Oh, this is different.
How
Your
is this
your
different? Where was
your
the-
knight is on E6 now, and the last position your knight goes to C5.
Okay, so you don't have this blunder. Okay, so the knight is on C6, we can still hold it. We can keep it on C6. But then eventually you will play F5 probably, yes? You want to play F5?
Yeah, sometime I might play this.
And G6, I was thinking I don't really want to play G6 because I feel that weakens too much. Do I?
G6?
Oh,
It's my
now
move.
it's your move.
I want to retreat my E5 bishop back because it's hanging and it's kind of stopped me from F5,
F5?
yeah. So I want to retreat it on A1 maybe.
Okay, go to A1. I cannot reach here. But now I can block maybe and I will give, after F4 maybe I am willing, but you say maybe
Knight C5.
Knight C5, I have to go right here.
This is unpleasant. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly, this is a problem, and we can't do much. No, this is not good. This is bad for black.
Oh, they've made two moves.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the same that we are looking
Yeah,
at.
rook
Yes.
D8.
So they played F4, Rook D8, King F2, Knight F8 is played, and now I think Rook C7 will be an important move because Knight Tan is threatening.
Knight
I think
G6.
Knight G6 or even Bishop G6, but I think more Knight G6.
Rook C7 probably will
Rook
be played.
C7, but maybe now, yeah.
If you play Knight D7, then I will play Bishop,
Bishop
D4,
D4,
and
yes.
I will control the knight.
You and moreover, I think that I can still retreat back, but
F.
F5 is coming, and yeah, maybe even something like that. Yes, eventually. Not so nice. What does the engine say here?
It says black can handle this position. It's just slightly better for white.
Slightly better, yeah.
But let's see, because
But the
attacking
engine is a completely different story. Yeah,
the attacking is still on white side, so There's a long way to go.
It's not impressed with all this pressure. But as a human, it's not very difficult, very nice to defend, I think. I wouldn't love to be on the black side here, really. Okay, so rook c7 looks like our most natural move, yeah? Maybe
What? She played rook?
No, I think it's a...
rook c6. Also prevent from knight g6.
Maybe... Did she really play rook c6 then?
Yeah.
Because the board can sometimes...
You mean it's rook c7?
It's a very common glitch that... but maybe this time she did play rook c6 because it does make sense.
Yeah. It also achieved the same goal that you can't play knight g6 and bishop g6.
So let's, for the time being, let's... Yeah, the rook is on c6, really. Okay, so... And actually, with the rook on c6, the knight e6 is not a tempo, so maybe it's even more sensible to do that, right?
Mm-hmm. If you play knight e6, then
you
maybe
can
bishop.
Bishop f5 or even f5 as you wanted, no?
f5?
Or you don't want to do it anymore?
Yeah, also f5.
You know, I still don't really like this h5 move. Yeah.
Me too. It's
but maybe it's like choosing your poison, you know, because if not h5, then really g4 and h5 was
g5 something.
Strangling a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes. How do we defend here with black? I think. So, rook c6 play, yes?
You know, actually, it's glad to see that Lei is at least not going to lose. She's going to make it draw or win game. Or otherwise, in this tournament, might just end here.
And I think I would assess this as 70-30 chance. 30% for white win and 70% draw, something like that?
Yeah. Or maybe even lower for winning.
You think even lower for winning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they still have time, and this position is not so difficult for black to defend, because there's not much she can do. She just plays the pieces there, and now you go. Okay. Let's see what you would do to me.
That's true. That's true. Okay. So and that's basically what Tan is saying. She says, okay, I play rook a8. I just shuffle and prove me wrong that you have nothing. And she will start maybe bothering white from the side, right?
Yeah.
For instance, if we go something like, if we try to go king f3 g4, then, well, we don't really want to play king f3 g4. What do we want to play? So, is f5 a move that we want to make? We first probably want to make the king closer, to bring the king closer.
No, she played bishop.
She played bishop f5.
To block the knight and the pieces.
Okay, so she plays, Lei actually plays very interestingly. She plays for domination, complete domination, right? So she says your knight can only move to h7, but why would you do that? And then...
Let my check.
Yes, but without king, the knight e6 check, you want to take on g2. So it's not nice. So I have to run away like that.
Then I will put the rook back.
And you go back and you laugh at me. Say, what do you want from me? And this is a valid point. Eventually we'll have to somehow break through with the pawns.
Mm-hmm. Two bishop and one rook is obviously not enough for attacking. So
So if
G4.
we G4,
check.
yeah, but maybe we need to find the best possible way to play G4 because now
If you play
what
G4,
happens if I just
yeah,
take in knight
in
G6 even?
So I always want my my rook to place on C7 on the
Yes,
seventh rank.
yes, and especially that with you don't really have this knight E6 ever,
Mhm,
right? So,
yeah.
so this is a safe place to play it, to put the rook. And you know what? We can even try to. So okay, so what does black do here? This is kind of a Zugzwang, maybe even. Because
Really?
yeah, because when the rook is not, or you can.
I can move to E8 and
You will have to.
A8?
Yeah, you will. I mean, what I meant with the Zugzwang is that. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking now that on this check I can even maybe go here.
What if I take
And
this
if
one?
you take, is this not a win?
And then you want to play bishop D6 to capture my knight?
Yes, this is my main idea and the only idea, and I hope it will work. And
Rook
you
G1.
yes, but I was ready for it. I was ready for you.
That's so unpleasant for me.
Yeah, I
Can
think.
I take piece back? I don't
Let's
want
try.
G2 pawn.
Yeah, you don't want the G2 pawn. And if you don't want the G2 pawn, then I'm not so scared about those checks either. Right?
Yeah, then I would.
But
Again,
no,
with
but
my-
you started giving checks with the rook on C6, which was the same basically, yes. So
Give you
cannot-
check again on A3.
You give the check again and I go here. And
And
you give the
again.
check again.
Mhm. If you
And if I go to
C5,
C5, there's
rook
this
C4.
check. Okay, so I don't. I will go here.
The rook C4 again.
Not good, not good, not good at all. Okay, so I go all the way back. Yeah, okay, so this is very important. Yeah?
Mhm.
And
If you check, white is more wisely
Maybe
to
let's just-
hide the king to H2 firstly, and then move out in another more proper position.
but you know what, let's pause and look and show what happens here, why we were so scared about this check on C4. I think it's important to see, right?
Mhm.
So here, I think mainly, so we can easily win this pawn, right? By just attacking it somehow from here. The problem is that with so little, so few pawns left on the king side, we will not be able to create a winning after exchanging one pair of
Yeah.
bishops. Let's just say it doesn't matter. Black waits. Okay, we go here. Black can play knight g6. Let's say she doesn't, and we exchange it.
Mhm.
And okay, and how do we win this position? I think
think it's a draw.
It should be a fairly easy draw because black will put even something like that first. Black will put the king here and just shuffle back and forth, and we cannot really do anything.
Yeah.
Maybe this is not totally correct.
Black has always got a chance to exchange a knight with.
But the knight will eventually be exchanged for the last pawn of
for the last
white's.
pawn.
The only thing that goes in favor of white here is that the promotion, the square is this is a dark square on the H file, so black cannot really exchange the knight for just one pawn. We need to trade 2 pawns and only then give up the knight.
And you know what? Tan just played knight h7. You said that's the only only square for a knight. And what's the point for a knight h7? And she played it.
Well, yeah, we know that they're laughing at me here.
I don't know. I mean,
Whatever I say,
there's
they do
not
the
much-
opposite.
there's really not much choice for black.
Yeah, there really isn't. Yeah, so she makes the move as long as the rook is not on h. That's why I liked the rook on h7 a little bit more, on c7 a little bit more, because then if black doesn't even have this knight h7, right?
I agree.
So maybe she will play it now, but now actually now the rook c7, maybe Tan's idea is to even go here.
Knight c6.
Because
This should also be a
try
draw.
try
if you
to put
exchange.
here. Yeah, if we exchange, although again the bishop is so weak, but we have so little material, and the bishop and the king are all weak, are very weak. So it's interesting. So some positions that look innocent, they can become very unpleasant. So this should be holdable.
So it's better not to let the knight come to f6. I just
How
stay
do we do
this-
that? Just to
I
we
just
stay
this
on
piece
there, yeah.
here and move my king
To where?
anywhere, g3 or f3 or something.
Okay, but what is our plan then? Okay, so
To
if
wait.
we shuffle. Okay, she can wait as well.
Actually, I don't like this position with rook on c6.
Yeah, you prefer it on c7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would rather have. Maybe she will place it. She still has. She has all the options open. And let's say. Okay, but if black, so we say, okay, black gives a check and goes back. How do we improve from now?
Good question.
So maybe g4 is really our only option.
But after exchange, there's always knight g6.
I actually wanted to do this.
Good move. Good point. Oh, good point.
I still don't really know though what am I threatening. You know what I'm threatening? I want to play bishop g6. So for instance, if you, what do you do? Let's say if you play just a move, play bishop g6.
And then I'll play rook d7.
Play rook d7, I play rook c8. And you push d4, and I suddenly start fighting for a draw.
That's a drama.
That's a drama. But yeah, well, no, okay. still, if we can force your rook away, then we win. And I think we can do that, right?
I realize you have some kind of gift in complicated positions. You always see some, interesting moves that
I have a gift
missed.
to complicate simple
Yeah.
position and make them
Yeah.
complicated. So
Yeah.
this is unnecessarily, I must add. But maybe there is just knight d7, and this is just nothing. Or is it? Maybe it's a Zugzwang?
No.
Huh?
Take the bishop and knight f6.
Not Zugzwangs. And?
It seems to be a better position for white because you will have f5 and.
Well, I'm threatening to
Yeah,
take
take.
and not.
But d4.
Yeah. I'm not really threatening much, but you don't have a convenient. Maybe king h4. Is it right? Or maybe it's just not winning, and we're trying to find ways to win. But this is a plan, obviously, right?
Yeah.
And okay, and they have done something similar to what
Knight
we've seen.
h7, queen e3
King e3 and queen a3 and rook a3.
and check.
She might travel to d4, king and rook a4. She can come back, right? But you know what? Maybe she can go from here
Check.
and go from here.
You want to sacrifice that? Oh.
No, I'm not letting you do to c4. That's my point. Not through d4, but through d2. And
Good point. And if you take, then rook c8 check and bishop d6 again.
yes, so this we established that is probably good for white. Probably, I'm not sure of anything anymore. But if you don't take, and let's say if you go back, what goes on here? So the king is not really improved here.
King b5.
So if you go with the king to b4,
Oh,
and
b4,
where are we going next? So we want to go,
c5,
and then
and then
are we going anywhere there? Not sure, but on the other hand, again, black has to wait, right?
rook c7.
Or can she do something better?
Oh,
She played bishop c3.
I
And what
don't
about knight
like this.
f6?
Yeah, knight f6. Check.
Knight f6, there is a check. Yes? Knight f6 check. And black has to play knight e8 because bishop e8. Maybe bishop e8 is possible. Bishop g6. Rook takes c3. I blundered. I managed to blunder again. Yes, fantastic. But what is this position?
King f7.
King f7. So maybe we want to first check.
Check. King h7.
King h7, and now I feel that we lost the grip a little bit because now
Knight e4.
knight e4 is coming. I
Beware.
lost again. But I want to unpin myself. So let's say I don't have
Bishop
bishop
b5.
b5. You start getting out. I
White
really.
has make herself some trouble again.
But Tan, did she play? She played
Rook
quite fast. She
Rook
played rook a8. So. And she basically claims that,
She wants to keep this
yeah, okay,
position just
nothing
like
has
this.
changed, yes.
Yeah. She wants this structure.
And now, and I think she plans to keep the knight on h7 to prevent rook c7. So on rook c7, she's ready to play maybe knight f6 already. So it's even not so easy to put the rook on c7 anymore.
Yeah. White has lost the best chance to put rook there.
Interesting. A move like bishop g6, does it come to mind?
That's an interesting move. After exchange,
If we exchange and play something like rook a7, I wanted to play something like bishop e5 and king d4.
What about knight f8?
Knight f8, I will attack.
G6.
Oh, and I think I made some
King
progress here.
f7.
So I think I
Take.
can.
Take.
Oh, I think this is winning chances. But they do, okay, they shuffled a little bit. So they played rook d6 and rook e6 check. Are we expecting the king to go back?
King d2
d2.
or bishop e5.
Bishop
Then
e5
face
again, knight f6 maybe, yes. Yeah, not much progress has been made by white, except on the clock. So Tan has 9 minutes and 50 seconds, and Lei has 12 minutes left, which is plenty of time, again, given that both get 30 seconds for each move.
It might be a long game.
It probably will be. It already is. So, what do you think? Will Lei manage to break through?
It's difficult.
She did play bishop e5.
If
And she's probably, maybe she's preparing king d4 on knight f6?
maybe. I'm threat to
The
take
threat is now to take, right? And if you go,
g4.
where do you go?
If you go g4,
If you go to g4, then
let's make it a draw. Oh, not yet.
if you
My
go to
king is much
g4,
better
yes,
than yours.
Yes, so we
Even
can
if you
allow.
exchange my bishop, then
So this is probably
winning
very
position.
difficult to hold because of such a huge difference between the pieces. And well, this is an interesting chance, I think. And if we just keep shuffling, or maybe not even knight f6, yeah, we can go back.
Like can only win with Lex blunder.
Yeah, but the blunder is not.
Knight f6 down.
The blunder is not something that cannot happen here, I think, because Okay, king d4 looks very natural here, yes?
Yes.
I mean, Magnus won so many games like that with white, so there is a lot of. On the other hand, except for Magnus, not many people can do that.
Yes.
So
It seems like when he made some tracks, and his opponent always come to the track.
yeah, and well, he makes it sometimes look much easier than it is. That's for sure. And so this is a decision. Now it's a difficult choice for Lei, I think, because she needs to decide whether she's afraid of knight g4 or not.
She's not going to. Yeah,
she doesn't even care about it. She takes care of this a file, and I think this is she preparing for. So she prepares for this exchange, I think, and she doesn't want Tan to have those checks from the side, which is clever, I think. And
white has e6.
And again, e6 is a very strong threat here. So this is not pleasant. If Tan goes, and I don't think she will go for it. But what will she do? So the rook has no more squares on b8 or c8.
Yeah, she's controlling
which is nice for white. But still, black has basically black says okay, so it keeps shuffling, right?
For example, knight g4, and I will place my
check
knight
and
back.
Yeah, no, knight back doesn't
Back to h6.
To h6 because but if you go to h6, then suddenly maybe bishop g6 can be an issue sometimes. Like this. Is this a move?
Knight e4?
She played knight e4.
I didn't
We
expect.
didn't expect that at all.
Of course, white will not exchange the knight for just a pawn.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah,
sorry,
because it's
this
going
is
to be
board.
a position of different color of bishop.
Yeah, let's look at this for a bit. So we all are on the same page. So I think here
It's probably to.
after something like even this,
Yeah, it's more like a draw.
it's virtually impossible for white to break through here. Even with this massive advantage in space. Yeah. So black will need to, what black needs to do is to maybe activate the bishop a little bit, using the fact that we cannot take on g6 because of this tactics. And then once the bishop is on this diagonal, then white cannot break through it all. So yeah, so this will not probably. This is probably not winning. Maybe she will, if she doesn't find any better way to break through, she will go
King
into it
D4.
eventually. Queen d4 is the most natural move here.
Knight G3.
And knight g3.
And Tan makes this move quick.
Wow.
Oh, if you exchange bishop on G6, then
Yes,
I have
what
knight
happened?
F5.
Ah, what a nice tactic. And we cannot take on d5 because we lose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is nice.
This calculation is all in Tan's mind.
She's always even in a seemingly calm position, she finds those
Yeah.
subtleties that really make it more difficult for an opponent. Very, very hats off. And if we go back, then she goes back probably, yes.
Yeah.
And I think we need to go back. Okay, but now maybe Lei will go to
F5?
for f5. What do you think? Or maybe now it will be time to go to the 7th rank again.
But when you play rook at a7, black has always knight f6.
Knight f6. But yes, but on the other hand, knight f6 is not the end of the game, not the first draw. But it's a good square for the knight. Yes. So should bishop d3
D3.
played. And maybe even, is there a move like bishop e6 even maybe? No, rook a7, yes on bishop e6?
Rook g7. Rook a7. Yeah.
Yeah, so bishop e6 is probably not the move.
Knight e4.
Knight e4 back. And so yeah, and now how do we proceed from here?
And the game is getting more interesting because the time is running.
Yes, yes.
So we will see what will happen in less time, in time control.
When there is less time, I think it will be, it should be more difficult for black to hold because, and maybe Lei is waiting for the time to get a bit lower before she forces things. So, although there is not really too many things that you can force here. But f5 is one of those things, I think. But f5 is also a committal move because you release the protection from the bishop on e5. So. What else can we do? Can we play? And what if we start attacking the d4?
That's
d4?
what I
That's what you
exactly now
wanted to
thinking. What if I place my bishop, maybe b1 and to
Yes.
a2?
I thought so, like that, or maybe even b5, and this, I wasn't sure. Okay, let's take your way. To put bishop b1, and you go. What do you do?
Knight g3.
Let's say, yeah, knight g3 is good because you keep my bishop. Yeah, you keep our bishop on b1.
So maybe it's better to play bishop b5.
And what is the difference? Because we attack, yeah?
Yeah, you attack.
So bishop b5, and then rook, say, c8. You know what? Yeah, rook c8 and bishop, I was thinking maybe bishop d7 even.
A check.
But there is a check which we don't like because we don't like it. Okay, so and bishop c6 for instance. she played rook a7, which is also valid, yes?
Yeah.
What did we say on rook a7? We said there would be knight f6.
Yes.
She doesn't play knight f6. Knight f6, maybe here it's a very committal move in a sense that this endgame might be losing after we take. But okay, they started playing really fast.
Bishop c7.
So rook c8, bishop c7. So she is going for complete domination.
What if?
And I think she wants to capture the exchange, or kind of, not
But
really.
what if black just moved the rook back
To e8?
to e8?
Bishop b5, I think, might be.
You want to capture my rook?
I want to try.
I have always
Yeah, you have enough.
f8 squared to.
Yeah, and because
to
of the
become
knight on
safe.
e4, we don't have it.
She goes back.
So bishop b5 was not played. Okay, but she can go back to c4 to e5. A lot of shuffling, yeah.
It's nearly a draw. It's nearly a draw.
Well, eventually white will try to play f5 and keep. But black basically will. She says, yeah, we go e c8, e8, and then show us what you can do. And what can we do? Can we try sacrifice here? It's nothing really, yeah?
If you play bishop e2, then there's knight g3.
There's always knight g3, yes. So let's come back to what we looked at. So we said bishop b5. And you said knight g3 or not here?
Not here.
Not here. Now the time is running low. Tan has 7 minutes left and Lei has 5.5 minutes left. I think eventually they will come to the last two increment, and we'll see how it goes from there. Although it looks like Tan has found the holding position.
I think after Lei let the knight goes from h7 to f6 and to e4, then black handle this position with the knight on e4. That's a really good point to place.
Yes.
To place the knight there. So still, I don't think the rook c6 move is the best one. Better to place it on the 7th rank,
and then
much earlier.
She wouldn't have even. Let's revisit that position. So we are talking about. Let us see.
Much earlier.
Much earlier. King f8, rook c6. This position. So we think that rook c7 was a bit more precise. But you know what? There is knight d7.
Then bishop d4. You have to
and knight
f6.
f6. So she would still get the knight to f6 if she wanted to. But maybe with the king now, with the king on d4, we will have a chance to try once the knight goes to f. If the knight goes ever to f6 again, maybe white can capture on f6. And interestingly enough, Tan is making her moves much faster now because she found this position, and Lei is still looking for ways to ask some questions. Yeah. So even if she understands that this is a draw and it should be a draw, she still looks for ways to ask questions, because that's how you win games. You ask one question that cannot be answered, and you win.
Rook c8. I can see that Tan's trying to make a draw.
Okay,
it's the second time repeat
it's the second,
same position.
It's another trap. Yes. So we think this is our best shot for now. Bishop b5. Or we can always, as we said, we can always try. But now we cannot even take on e4 because of this check, and we are not even a pawn now. So if we go, we can maybe even go with bishop a6 to make it with the tempo, right? So I'll go with b5 now. But what has changed? So let's say she keeps moving.
It can be the third position of the same.
No, but the bishop I think is on b5, so we are good. Now maybe she will play bishop c7. As if it's
to force your rook back to f8.
Yeah, that's what I would love to do. I'm not sure it achieves much though.
She put her rook back.
Played a move that I don't entirely understand, but on the other hand, it doesn't really matter much, because she can make any move she wants, as long as it doesn't blunder the rook or a bishop. But maybe, you know what? I think she has a clever idea of maybe taking and rook g3.
What about g6?
f5, and then you have king h7. Maybe nothing really
changes.
Nothing horrible happened. Yes. Okay, so maybe not. Interesting. But at least it gives Tan something to think about, right? And maybe, you know what? Maybe she wants to prevent knight g3. So now this could be an idea, and this could be an idea. But again, we're not
rook c4.
Sure. Okay, but black has to make a move.
If she return her.
If black keeps shuffling, then maybe this is a possible move. And also the rook on a3 keeps the knight from jumping to c3, which would be unpleasant.
That's an interesting idea.
Yes. That's a trump. That's a try, right? That's an attempt to win. And Tan reminds us that she has another piece.
This is a position that white will try as her best as she can, as many as she can. The ways she's going to achieve better ways, and the black is going to anyway defense.
Well, but yeah, but black has to be careful sometimes as well. So let's play a little bit. Okay. So we cannot play now.
Oh, king f8.
Yes, that's why I said that. She
Rook
reminds us that she has
b3.
another piece. Rook b3. Just waiting. Maybe the plan is to exchange the rooks. Really? Can it be one? I don't believe so. Rook a8 is played.
Rook a8. So you want to check on a4.
Yeah, if the plan is not to exchange on b8, I don't like giving up the a file, because on the a file black really feels very well checking all, and Lei is running out of time. She's
Less than 2
down
minutes.
to her last 2 minutes,
Yeah.
and 10 still has a comfortable 6 minutes left. So. And again, as you said, maybe again the experience part is playing her role, its role here again, because she's very experienced in those situations where in time management and
White can either exchange the...
she goes for the
she goes for
exchange, and
this.
she will try to win back that pawn on d5, which will, I think, eventually lead to this 3 against 2 bishop versus knight, which should be a draw. It should be actually after f4, or it doesn't really matter f4 or not. It should be quite a comfortable draw for black, actually. So Tan needs to decide how she places her pieces now.
If black plays king e7 and want to protect the...
I
no
don't
way.
think you can protect this pawn so much, because eventually
King d7.
king d7, you want to go from here? Okay, first I ask you this. She played g6,
G6.
immediately, which makes sense because she will not get by without it. So g6 is a sensible move. King e5. And now you go king e7, yes?
Or maybe knight f2.
Knight f2. Now you start asking questions of your own. Yeah? Okay, bishop c2.
Knight g4.
And g4.
Or maybe king e7 first. Yeah, knight g4.
Knight g4, I go to d4.
King e7.
King e7, bishop d3, b3.
Knight f6.
Okay, and I achieved almost the maximum that I could.
Knight g4.
Knight
g4.
g4.
Oh, you can take.
Ah, you cannot take. They are so tricky. You are so tricky. Okay, I They are doing something a little bit different, which doesn't really change. I think eventually white will win the pawn on d5, and especially with the king on e5, it looks like she will be able to win, even with some comfort. But it probably doesn't change much in the assessment of the position. Again, if black doesn't blunder something badly.
If they draw today, then Tan will keep the advantage of 1 point, and tomorrow Tan will be white side again.
Yes.
Still difficult.
It's difficult, but
Firmly.
on the other hand, the good, I think the bright spot in Lee's situation that she was better in both games. She was maybe not close to winning in either of them, but she was pressing throughout the game. Also yesterday, until move 35, she was pressing, and she was pressing very conveniently. So, and today from move 1, she was pressing for 65 moves already. So this is something to comfort, and after yesterday, especially after yesterday's loss, it was important to see her psychological situation, right? She didn't break or anything even remotely like that, so she played a very good solid game. Of course there were maybe some minor mistakes and some inaccuracies. This is normal. And so I would take those good things back home with me after this game. So, and still, the game is not over, right?
Yeah, still
So-
playing.
So there is still
G3,
chance.
Bishop d4.
Knight g3, bishop d4. Knight will probably go back.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 is actually.
Risky.
Ah, no, this is also a draw. Yeah, this is an easy draw actually, because I just do nothing. Just stand like that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, should be. Should be good. Although, wait,
King f6.
if we go like that, can we pose problems here? Maybe black is too passive, because if I manage to go f5 and then h5 and h6, you are not stopping me so easily.
You're right, it's so passive. And I always have king f6, king e7.
It's very strange. It should be draw, but I cannot see how.
Okay, so maybe better to return knight back to e4.
And
Knight e4.
if you go to e4,
f5?
no, f5 is one less pawn for me to try and win later on with. But yeah, what to do?
Your king is blocked there. You can't move. And if you move your bishop, then I will move my bishop as well. Bishop g8, bishop f7.
So let's say we go for this one. Where do we have any chances of winning? What are our best chances to win?
No. No.
She
Or
went
even
to,
I can play knight
she
d2.
played knight king f8.
King f8.
This is interesting.
Why is that?
She played king f8 and still we cannot really do, because she wants on king f6
And knight e4.
knight e4 comes, right?
Yeah. And you still
So-
achieve nothing.
I achieved nothing. Yeah. So king f6 not. We will have to attack the d5 pawn somewhere sooner or later, and I think it's already gonna be sooner. And what is the time?
1 minute and 2
Lays
minutes.
down to her last minute. Tang has 2 minutes. Yeah. I think I would try to go for this pawn on d5.
King
She plays king d6, but king d6, I think it's maybe she wants to give this a chance to play knight
for
f5.
black to lose.
Well, at least, yeah, it looks like the best chance. Even if it's not losing, then it probably is white's best chance here. But of course,
Knight
black
e4.
can play knight e4. And, well, you know, here when you're when you're defending, it's very tempting to make something forced and force a draw, especially that you see that you are going into an opposite colored bishop endings. But and I still think that
it can be a hard
be
draw.
a draw, but it might not be. So that, for instance, what I don't understand, well, I don't understand many things, but one of the things I don't understand. So for instance, how do you hold, for instance, if you just wait, white will eventually go like that.
This should be a draw.
But you still, yeah, you're still holding it. And she went for it, yeah.
She went for it.
And you're holding it because you simply, yeah, okay, obviously, you simply don't have enough pawns to win this. So you will finally get something like that, and this is a draw. So you cannot, and without g4, you can never really make any progress. Unless, you know what, unless there are some Zugzwang ideas, because this is this is lost for black, for instance, which is amazingly. Look at this. Even this is not losing for black, because this is a stalemate. Wow.
Oh, wow. Stalemate.
But maybe, wait, oh, but look at this. Now we have
G4?
We have g4.
Wow, good move.
And now this loses, and if you go back, then we broke through. Of course, this is a little bit...
We create an amazing line again.
Yeah, we managed to create an amazing... But maybe... but she put... Look, yeah, she played it very... No, but wait, what is this? So she played bishop d7. And now if we go to g6, how is she planning? Is she planning to go to g4 or e8?
E8.
E8 probably, yeah. And then we try to go here. And what do you do?
To the, I don't know.
Oh, so you just stay and I make a move. And now it's very important for black not to go here, I think.
Yeah.
But if she goes here, if she goes there, it's still not easy.
King E7.
King E7. Ah, but we cannot create from this side. We cannot create a Zugzwang anymore, yeah, because she will have D4. She doesn't care about this D4 pawn. Okay, but she put the pawn, the bishop on G4, which is the natural thing to do. But
what about F5?
I believe that F5. Is she losing now?
She is.
The engine is screaming that black just lost. Yeah, bishop g4 is really a mistake because she will have to give up the third pawn for free, right?
Yeah.
Just go f5. Wow.
How did it happen?
Wow.
What?
Oh, maybe wait. Maybe now she has bishop. She played. Okay, let's see how it goes. She played bishop e2, and Lei has 1 minute to decide how she can win this game. And I think the win is quite straightforward. What happens if we just run with the pawn? And that's it. The pawn cannot be stopped. I think Tan was, she was counting on bishop. What? Oh my God. Now I think this is returning the favor. Wow.
Amazing things happens, I think.
Is g4 win immediately? Is it winning immediately? It looks like that.
No, g4 is not a winning position because there's a plan for
you sacrifice?
Bishop b5, bishop d8. What is that?
No, but and you're just in time. Wow. So okay, so
No
g4 is not
sacrifice.
winning.
Just take the pawn.
King
because I
h5
have
is winning. Two connected, and
yeah,
we
two
are, and
connected
black
pawns.
is not in time to stop them. Yes.
Yes.
So we go like that, and we push.
5. What? G3 is also when you move
G3
to
is
just
also a
wait.
win?
Yeah, to just wait, because she still remains the chance of king h5.
And if king g8?
King g8. I would just take the pawn.
Just take the pawn and play g4, yes? So, and now we are able to, normally how black would hold this position, she would like to put the bishop on f7 and the king on h7 and sacrifice on g6 whenever we get there. But here she's just not in time for that because we play g6,
g6, yeah.
and we are just pushing the pawn. Wow. And let's see if Lei can bring it home.
She has really.
She has she has 10 seconds left. Wow.
Wow, 6.
She took on h5. She took on h5.
Wow.
Yes. Okay.
It seems she
And
will catch this chance.
you see, she didn't blunder like
G4.
I did with G4. She made it.
G4.
And now it's a bit, it looks almost straightforward right now,
Yeah.
yeah? She will play G4. Again, 18 seconds left.
Wow. The heartbeat.
Yes, even
Oh,
even
she
our
played
heartbeat,
G4.
heart is beating. So
G4.
G4 is played,
Yeah.
and but look at Tan is really, she's not showing any signs of any feelings. She's very calm and
Yes.
self.
This is the
Conserved.
quality
Very-
she has.
Very impressive, extremely impressive. So maybe she should try to keep the bishop here somewhere like on the
D3.
from the back.
King H6.
But now King H6 is an important move.
And it's not really difficult for white because you just have to push the pawn on
Yes,
G6.
but King H6. I think King H6 is important, or G5. G5 might also be winning.
No,
G5 is not
King-
winning
King
because
King H7.
because this would allow. Look,
Yeah.
this is exactly the draw that would happen, because now white cannot make any progress
Yes.
because the pawn is hanging on h5, and on g6 we just sacrifice the bishop. So it's very important still not to let emotions take over. And this is an important, very important move to prevent the king from going to h7. And now the path to promotion
put
is
the
clear.
Pawn on G6 and then make the king back to G5 and just push the H
Yes,
pawn.
exactly. So let's show the plan is very
Clear.
simple and clear. We go h5. Now g6 cannot be stopped by anything.
This play is unstoppable.
It's absolutely unstoppable. Wow. And we play g6, and now nothing
H6,
will
H7.
stop the pawn from queening.
Wow, that's really
What
roller
an
coaster.
amazing win.
Yeah, just as we think it's going to be draw and then a big blunder.
And we said,
Just
except
happened.
for Magnus, not many people can win. Well, late Tingjie, ladies and gentlemen, she can win those endgames. And actually, you know, she made it very, as we said here, it was very, very tempting for black. And maybe after knight f5, it still is a
still
draw, but there are suddenly some practical chances. And I think what, yeah, so
Tan shouldn't
Tan-
place her bishop on G4.
she misjudged this ending a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah, she thought she can hold. I think what she missed is that she thought she can hold this position,
Yeah.
and maybe she even calculated this line that I fell for with G4, and the bishop that goes back from B5. But wow. Lei played H5 first. I don't think it matters much. It doesn't really matter because the G pawn is still unstoppable. Oh my. A very, very impressive technique by Lei, really, and a little bit unfortunate for Tan. But this is how you lose those positions. You make you're not white can make many mistakes and still have chances,
Yes.
and you are not allowed to make a mistake because this is what happens when you
For
when you
white,
make one
if
mistake.
you make mistake, it's always draw. And if you don't just lose a piece, then it's always a draw.
Yes.
But if black make mistakes, then it's going to be loose. And I think if I'm playing black, I would not play knight f5 probably, because this position can be a bit dangerous.
It looks, yes, but it is so tempting with so little time, because you are forcing this this opposite color bishop, and if you're sure it's a draw, and it should be a draw, then so basically she only needed, but there were still Yeah, and she resigned.
She resigned. That's a bit pity for Tan.
Wonderful.
Actually, she
Yeah.
just hold this position very well
Yes,
in the end game.
yes. It's always very, very, very frustrating
So let's
have
say she
this.
just give this half point back. And
Well, but I think we cannot overstate the importance of this win for Lee,
Yeah.
because she just jumped back into the match
yes,
with
and they
all
just
her
return
fears.
back to the same line again.
Yeah, but it's very different now. Psychologically, I mean, Lei feels
Better.
fantastically
Yes.
because she was pressing on in both games, right? And although the score is level, but she came back from 0-1, so it's a very different draw now than it's a different 1-1 than 0-0 2 days ago. So, and that was unexpected. We almost already thought it was
Yeah, I thought it can be
we
a draw.
concluded it will be in draw. So
And I'm thinking, if draw, what will happen next? And then a big lump.
yes. Wow. Can we have no, or she will give the interview
She will give the interview
over there? We would love to ask her a few questions, but okay. I think she's tired, and
Yes.
our viewers are probably tired as well.
And tomorrow, Tan will play white, and Lei will play black again.
Yes, and tomorrow is the last game before the before the break.
Yes, after tomorrow there will be 1 day break.
So another exciting game. Although it looked maybe at times it was not too excited, but the finish is really exciting, a bit frustrating, very
Yes.
frustrating for
I
Tan, who really played well. She defended well,
Yes.
apart from this unfortunate mistake with the rook on b8 in the beginning.
I hope
She
she will
really defended.
adjust from this game soon to
Yes.
face tomorrow's game, because it can be a big knock to her psycho
Yes,
situation.
it's always painful to lose such a game after
Yes.
6 hours of defense, especially when you lose the match advantage. But hopefully she will be back to her best game, because we are here to celebrate the chess, the beauty of chess, and they both really play well, good fighting chess. And thank you, and hope
you
you
for
enjoyed.
watching.
Thank
Hope you enjoy this game and our comment.
Yes, thank you, Cho, and
And thank you, Alec.
see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.